What's up? Happy to be here. What's up, everyone? Another episode of Law and Order, the show where I still haven't corrected the spelling on the graphic. I'm getting a new computer. I'll get around to it. Another great episode. We'll talk about the legal issues of today. Me from the layman perspective. My great co-host, Ryan Mullally, who's an attorney, will give us more of a legal perspective on these issues. It's always a pleasure to be here. We joke all the time. Never a shortage of stories. Like, we do this show once every 2 weeks. I think we could do it like once every 2 days and we'd still have enough to talk about.
There's never a shortage of things to talk about, Rob, that's for sure. But, if we can live up to the hype of that intro song and also the hype of our anime alter egos. Now, I would have to eat a lot of salads and doing a water fast for a few days, maybe become Japanese. But I feel like, with a little work and a little cosmetic surgery, we could live up to that hype, and I'm here for it.
I don't know what I look like. I'm up to some shenanigans there. You look like you're about to defend someone innocent, and I look like I'm about to steal someone's popcorn or something. I don't know.
Villainy. You're right. I do feel like they captured our essences.
Yeah. This is very good. Very good. So, I mean, it's been a crazy week. We talk behind the scenes. We sort of have two overarching categories, things related to sort of the military and the conflict within Iran. That's obviously branching out a little. And then other important stories in the legal world that aren't connected to that. Now, you in the audience, I remind you, whether you're on Ryan's channel or on mine, both of us will read the super chats after the show, but any super chats you send in that's relevant to any of the topics we're talking about or any legal questions you had within the realm of politics, a story or something that you had a legal question about or opinion, please get those in and we will make sure to read them.
Mm-hmm. And shout out to Brazufso, who he just splashed 10 memberships on your channel before we even got started. Like unbelievable generosity. If your name turned green, you know who to thank.
Yes, it's donating memberships always a blast, and we really do appreciate. We appreciate all your support. So let's start with, it's in the title of my show for the after show here for me, Tucker Carlson.
Ooh, Tucker.
We put this in the realm of sort of connected to the conflict with Iran. So I think it fits in there. So for those that didn't, you tell me if you've heard more about this. This is the quickest run through that I'm possible of giving. Tucker puts a video out the other day that's basically like, I found out the CIA's been spying on me, and now they're going to try to drum up a case connected to conversations he had with people in Iran. And now there's all sorts of commentary. Is he lying? Is he misinterpreting something? Was he used as a tool by the Trump administration to help set up Iran? First off, let's start from the legal perspective of it. What are the potential legal charges that could be filed if you have someone who claims to be a journalist, whether or not they're operating as a journalist, I guess would remain to be seen, communicating in some way with adversaries that we're at conflict with? What are potential legal situations he could be looking at?
It's not just that like Tucker has admitted that he was sending text messages to people in Iran. That's not illegal. You can do that. But at the same time, he met several times with the president and urged the president not to strike Iran. So here's where he might have some legal jeopardy. There's a law called the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If you are acting on behalf of a foreign government, you have to register. That's important because if you don't register, there's the chance that people might not know why you're doing what you're doing, but you're actually here working on behalf of a foreign government, right? So if somebody on the Iranian side was, let's take the extreme case, paying him to tell the president not to strike the country. Now you might have some problems because you're acting as an agent for a foreign power without disclosing it while lobbying the president. On the flip side, if he just has a source or a friend over there and he came to his own opinion that this is a bad thing to do, you shouldn't strike, that's not illegal. You can have an opinion and you can have a friend. So it's a fine line there, and we don't know the answer to this question. But if he was in trouble, that's what he'd be in trouble for.
Yeah, I mean, my feelings on FARA are it's one of the worst kept secrets in Washington that, like, half the people there are working at getting paid to work for foreign interest and not registering under FARA. I think it's absurd. And for me, like, I started to learn about FARA way back in 2016, where you saw, famously you had FISA courts for FARA violations. You had the FISA applications into Carter Page, etc. And then you had a charge against Paul Manafort, then Trump's campaign manager, of a FARA file. Charge, not registering as a foreign lobbyist. In the Mueller indictment, it said that he did that with the Podesta Group, who was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. Of course, Hillary Clinton's campaign, much like everyone else that does this stuff, was let off the hook. I think it would be flimsy. I think if it's just a FARA charge, there is zero chance that Tucker gets charged. We'll get to whether or not Tucker's even telling the truth or if he's misinterpreting something or what's going on anyways. But it's very rare, is it not, to charge these FARA charges?
It is rare, but it's partially rare because of how easy it is to end around FARA. I'm not watching the chat exactly, but I can almost imagine people saying, but what about Israel? Well, it's a great example, because most lobbies, the way that they advocate for what people might say is a foreign nation, is that they're not actually the foreign nation doing the lobbying, right? It's a U.S. lobbying group that raises money from U.S. citizens and then advocates for things like their country of shared ethnic heritage or something like that. And that's not FARA because it's U.S. citizens. Most people can avoid it, is the truth. With Tucker, I agree with you. Like, these are normally flimsy, they're normally rare, and I will say that the Trump administration has a pretty bad track record of winning on these thin charges. So I wouldn't hold your breath if you're hoping that's going to happen. But here are the situations where Tucker would face real jeopardy. If one of the people he was talking to was actually in the Iranian government, that starts looking worse for him. If he took money from Iranian sources, that looks worse for him. If it's just a journalistic source, I don't see how you're working for a foreign government just because you have a source in Iran. He's a journalist. He's supposed to have sources. Like, where else would you get information about Iran if not from a source in Iran? So that seems flimsy to me. That would seem very, very flimsy to me.
I think that there is solid evidence that Tucker has acknowledged in the past that he's taken money from, like, an Iranian millionaire that helps with his channel. That's different, though. That you could still say, but that money wasn't the reason that he said this stuff. So we'll see. At the end of the day, I think the FARA charge would be flimsy. I think there's a potential for a lower level charge or a higher level charge. The lower level charge, as astutely brought on your channel by Jefferson C. Post $2 says, what about the Logan Act? Now, the Logan Act basically says that if you're not in the administration, you can't be discussing sort of government business with foreign adversaries. What do you think of that? Like, Logan Act possible charges? That bar seems to be a little lower than FARA, correct?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit lower, but so the thing about the Logan Act that would be challenging here is, are you saying that journalists are not, like, when they're covering a war, they're not supposed to talk to locals about what's happening there? Right? Like you're talking about, like, if you imagine that he's just doing journalistic work, if he's gathering information about how people in Iran feel, and then he has a meeting with the president, he says, look, I think this is morally wrong, and look, this is how the Iranian people feel. Did he do anything wrong there? I feel like to have a Logan Act issue, you would probably, and have it stick, you'd probably need for him to have been disclosing something to the Iranian people that he shouldn't have. Like, if President Trump said to something in the meeting. Now, this is the interesting bit. It is possible Trump played some 5D chess with this guy. We don't know. But it is very possible that Trump knew that he was his anti-war sympathies, and he had these meetings and published these pictures, and that Tucker was saying, don't worry, I told Trump not to do it, and he was listening to me the whole time. And in fact, Trump was just letting him play the fool to maintain the element of surprise. So it is possible that he was passing information about those meetings back to people in Iran, which would be, whether it's charged or not, I would say wildly inappropriate. to if he was sharing meetings about a meeting with the president with people in a foreign government that we might be at war with soon. That would be wild.
Well, and that's why I think the possible charge that would be greater. I think the Logan Act would be weak. In addition, it's never charged, right? So, like, breaking the glass on this, just I don't see it happening. Now, I think I don't know what it would be, but I do think that what you're describing there could be a higher level charge. Again, I don't think this is likely. I don't think it's likely Tucker gets charged. But let's say that Trump's buddies with Tucker and they've talked in the first administration and in this administration, and Trump says something that's classified. That he's like, listen, now here's the deal. Or that could, forget the term classified, says something that could be a jeopardy to U.S. interests, troops, etc., right? And then Tucker, like, immediately goes back and gets on the horn, and he's on with Khomeini's people, right? Prepared to defend this. Here's where U.S. troops will be. Something like that. That would be a might bit more serious than FARA or the Logan Act. Now, there's no evidence that occurred, but we're just talking about potentially what could Tucker be facing. That would basically be like an espionage charge.
Yeah, that gets you in the espionage/treason realm. Like, right. in the extreme scenario where he was even if he was wrong, like if the president gave him false flag info and then he turned around and gave it to the Ayatollah, like, that's an extraordinary example. I have no reason to believe that's true. But if that's what happened, then and also at that point, throw the book at him for the record. Like, throw the book at him. Like, Espionage Act, treason, FARA, dust off the Logan Act for good measure. Like, at that point, like, if you're actually giving what you think is military grade information to enemies of the United States who are going to be engaged in a hostile, like, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's what happened. I think my gut read is that Tucker was flexing a little bit and he was telling people, I got the ear of the president. And Trump sussed him out and was like, I'm gonna use this fool to my advantage. And that's what happened. That's probably what we're going to
I don't even think that. So there's so many levels of what could have happened here. It could just be that Tucker is straight up making shit up.
Yeah.
That's not outside the realm of possibility, right? I mean, let's not forget the last time we did this show, we had people that night that were telling me, like, oh, what about Mossad just bombed Qatar? They had terrorists in Qatar. The government of Qatar comes out later that night and it's like, no, that's not true. Tucker reported that as if it was true. Sources have told me. So does Tucker have a bad source? Does he have someone, like, inside the intel community that's, like, just feeding him a line of shit all the time? And so it could just be that this story is just completely factually false. And Tucker sees either he's gullible or more likely he sees an angle to make himself part of the story, and he throws it out there. I think that's not the most likely. I think this next section's the most likely, which is, I don't think that the CIA was spying on Tucker. I think that Tucker was probably, as a journalist, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, communicating with people that the CIA is spying on.
Yeah.
And so his information got unmasked. Right, so let's say he's directly talking to Khomeini. I don't think that's the case, but someone in Khomeini's orbit. The U.S. government has, spies looking at their emails and shit. Tucker's name comes up. That's what I think's likely to have occurred, and I don't think that we'll ever see criminal charges. Now, I understand how that would piss you off as a journalist, right? But I think there are different levels to, like, you get a FISA application to spy on Tucker Carlson. That's unacceptable. You get a spy application to spy on someone in Khomeini, and Tucker reaches out to that person, so you get that communication. Those are different levels when it comes to the legal standard, correct, of, like, how the government could spy on a journalist or a person's papers.
Yeah, basically, there's a few ways that people would be getting at these text messages or emails or communications that Tucker's saying the government was spying on. Spying's not really the right word, but
right.
You're totally correct that the government has the power to collect information sent to people who are, of foreign interest. So not if you're sending emails between Americans, you're texting between Americans. No, that's not what we're talking about. But under Section 702, they can collect information that's sent to foreigners. So, like, if he's sending information to somebody who's on one of their lists of people that they're monitoring, then the incoming message gets scooped up, right? Now, let's say the incoming messages make them suspicious. Again, we don't know what these messages say, but let's say hypothetically one of them said, I'm about to meet with the president, and don't worry, I'll stop him from going to war with you. And they're like, wait a minute. Why is Tucker Carlson telling the Ayatollah's second in command or whatever that he can tell the president not to go to war? That seems weird. I think there's a FARA problem here. Then they get a FISA warrant. Now, the shady bit about FISA warrants from the public's perspective is that it's not a public process. You never know that a FISA warrant's been given. And if they get a FISA warrant, now they can start spying on Tucker directly and scooping up his communications. So the question is, did they scoop it up just as part of kind of their routine monitoring? And probably more than routine monitoring, given that we were about to go to war with Iran. So like if they were collecting these documents because of interest in the region, or did they then get a warrant to go after Tucker specifically because of something they saw in those documents? Slightly different in terms of how much information they would have about Tucker. And I don't think we're in a position to know which one happened yet.
Now, real quick, I don't know, is an accusation of a FARA violation legitimate enough to get a FISA warrant? I thought that it had to rise to a higher potential crime, like literally, like basically you're suspected of espionage, not like you're expected of lobbying for a different group.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, Rob. And I think the reason that I don't know the answer is that like the FISA warrant process is not exactly an open book.
And it's a rubber stamp pretty much too. Like,
yeah,
it's 98 or something approval rate when they go in. So
yeah, so that's the thing, right? Because like, let's say, I don't know, let's say that they the main crime they want to charge is FARA, right? And let's say hypothetically the rule is that that's not enough. Well, you came up with a hypo where you could upcharge espionage, right? Just talking today.
Yep.
So then they're like, all right, well, we want to do FARA, but we think we have a little dash of espionage in there, and we'll never know because it's not a public process. So it's very possible that they actually have like a broad spectrum of surveillance over Tucker right now, based off of a FISA warrant. But again, it's just not the sort of thing that you and I could know for sure at this point.
That's right. Now, the second level of this, like, did Trump plan? It's an interesting theory, right? So you were mentioning this, like, here's basically what's being said. They knew Trump would run back to Iran. So they're like, Trump, let him believe that we're not going to attack. And then Tucker goes back and says, oh, you guys have no worries. No worries. Like, Trump's just bluster to appease the neocons. Trust me, he's going to negotiate. That gets them off of the edge, right? Now we don't have to go in our bunkers. We could go do our meetings like normal. Bam. And a strike hits, and that's how the strike was associated. I don't believe that's what happened. But that is a theory that people were suggesting, that basically Tucker was an unwilling dupe to help take down the Iranian regime.
Well, and even if you don't want to give Trump that much credit, a simpler version is like, oh, I'm going to strike Iran. Tucker keeps calling me. He wants to talk about why we shouldn't strike Iran. Well, I'm definitely striking Iran. But no, it'd be really useful to throw them off base. I'm just going to put a photo up. A big photo of me and Tucker fucking smiling with our thumbs up and look how happy we are, which will make them think that maybe I listened to them because of what a good relationship we have. Like that's like a very simple, it takes 5 minutes of the president's time psyop to, throw people off your trail. And if you're one of those people who's like, President Trump didn't have to come up with that. He wouldn't have. That's what his staff is for. Somebody in the intelligence community, if this happened, would have said like, hey, this Tucker guy is doing X, Y, and Z. We got it. We got him on FISA. We looked at his documents. Let's bring him to the White House. Let's throw up a smoke screen. It's totally possible. Again, we'll never know, but it's a really fun theory. It makes me smile a little bit because, when I was debating Whick recently, he said he didn't believe that they were caught off guard at the Iranians. And I was like, well, they were all bombed and killed. So either they were caught off guard or they're the dumbest motherfuckers that ever lived. It's one of those two things, right?
Yeah.
And this is a little color to how they might have been caught off guard.
Yeah. What do you think about, so the other part of this, I'm going to share this on screen. There are potential concerns with U.S. citizens that are coordinating with foreign governments, period, particularly these hostile foreign governments, against the interests of the United States, even if you're coming at from a good heart. And I mean that, I don't care if you're pro-Israel and you're coordinating with the Israeli government to detriment of the United States, or you're pro-Iran or whatever. Like, fine, whatever, right? There is another ethical concern, and that is a administration or the executive or government in general targeting journalists, right? And sort of the tamp down that could have on potential free speech. So I want to just real quick share this with you. This apparently was from Truth Social Media yesterday or today. I'm going to run through it real fast. We're not going to read the whole thing. Master of media manipulation. It says most of this stuff's AI. And then it goes down here. It says about how the fake media has been showing bullshit, basically, that's AI. And this is helping Iran. Trump says, not only was it not burning, talking about one of these ships, it wasn't even shot at. Iran knows better than to do that. The story was knowingly fake, and in a certain way, you could say these media outlets that generated it should be brought up on charges for treason, for the dissemination of false information. That's terrible. That's a terrible thing to say. It really is. But in the context of, we can talk about that in a second. In the context of the Tucker thing, right? Like, it could be that Tucker has said things that's critical of Trump, and so Trump team's like, hey, then we're going to spy on Tucker. It's that simple. That's really bad if that happened, correct?
That would be very bad. And by the way, if they were doing that, first of all, just to say the very obvious, it is not treasonous to say that you're opposed to the war. Like that's not treasonous. And I wish that I know that like his fastball is his special, and like then it's like, I'm not defending that shit. Like I'm just not. Like I'm not like that. He should not have said that. The broader point he's making, that's an interesting one, is like Iran's win condition is cockroach-like survival, asymmetric deterrence like naval warfare and terrorism, and then a propaganda campaign to weaken the will of America to fight and hurt Trump politically. That's their win condition. So when you see people who are, going on X and saying, God, the Iranians are the good guys and America's the bad guys, they're helping. They're helping the Iranian war effort. That's what they're, Now, should they go to jail for that? No. But at the same time, I hope more people are. I'm very happy to, when they post that, my first response is going to be, why are you doing Iranian propaganda? Because you're doing Iranian propaganda. Now, and they have the free speech right to say it, and I have the free speech right to call it propaganda, and then we'll let it play out from there. But
I agree, but that, like, my issue, like, you could do this with anybody who ever protested any war, right? You could say the Vietnam protesters were doing, communist propaganda, or that the Iraq war protesters were doing Iraq propaganda. So it's fine from a political perspective, but we can't criminalize that. Now, there is a different level. If you're intentionally working with, like, the PR people of Iran, intentionally spreading lies, then yeah, that's worse, right? But in general, I think that the media sucks. They're garbage. The remedy to it isn't criminal charges in this nature. There are potential criminal charges for people in the media.
Yeah.
I don't think putting up news that's hyperbolic about how bad the United States is doing in the war rises to the level. That's sort of opinion. And I don't want people, to chill free speech to the point where people are afraid to say, I don't think the U.S. is doing good here. I think they're doing bad. And they'll be afraid to say that because there could be potential legal consequences. I only bring this up here in the conversation of this context because I would be remiss as someone who has been a Tucker fan in the past and who has been heavily critical of what I've seen as other administrations going after whistleblowers that talk to the media, going after Obama went after James Rosen and his father who worked at Fox News, James O'Keefe being raided by the FBI under the Biden administration. If Trump is going down that road, and it is, we are going to target the pundits or the journalists that I think are doing the most damage to my coalition. And that's the reason. It's not because these other, what would be more legitimate reason. We just happen to hoover up these communications with, the government of Iran. I think that would be really bad. And I think this post at least will give ammunition to the people that are going to defend Tucker. Like, do you see? Trump's treating them as treasonous because they disagree with his conflict.
Yeah. And to build on that, not only would that be really bad, it would be illegal. Because these foreign-facing agencies, like the CIA, the NSA, they're not supposed to be scooping up U.S. surveillance for the sake of law enforcement. That's not what they do. So if they were targeting Tucker not because they intercepted some communications with a prioritized target in Iran, but just because of a political thing, that would actually strike me as illegal. So I think so that would be quite bad. That would be a gross violation of free speech. I think we're all assuming that this happened in the usual course. That because basically, like, if you're someone of interest in Iran and the U.S. is about to strike Iran, you have to imagine that, like, basically our entire surveillance apparatus is turned to the region. So it just strikes me as astronomically likely, because I wouldn't say that if not for the fact that Tucker has said that he was communicating with people in Iran. So it just seems like it lines up too easily. But if that was true, that would be quite bad. And I do think if there's anything that his base can do to get the president just to take like 5 miles an hour off his fastball here, like rewrite that post and omit the word treasonous, right? Yeah, that putting that extra mustard on it, like it makes it impossible to defend. So it would be great if he could, just take that little bit off.
I mean, the thing is, in an ideal, I'll say this real quick, then we get a couple super chats. Like, in an ideal world, I would really dislike Trump for a lot of this stuff, right? Because I think that he speaks overboard a lot of time. On some things, I don't think he goes far enough. Like, deport. I don't give a shit, right? And you can call people fuck faces and this, that. I don't care about the foul language, but it's this sort of stuff, right? When you start to, in fact, our super chatter says, Jefferson on your channel, again, thanks, man. Tupac says, feels like the FCC Jimmy Kimmel thing where it was dumb.
Yeah.
Right. Like, you know what I mean? Once it gets to the level where the administration's throwing around legal terms with potential punishment, that's a bit much for something of this level. Now, if you got the goods, which I think there are a lot of goods of corruption in Washington, so be it. But it belittles that when you're out there screaming treason about things like this. So in an ideal world, in an ideal world, I could criticize Trump the shit out of this, but I also know what he's up against. And I know what the left wants to do. They're unabashed like this. Of course, they'll lock you up. They'll censor you. They don't care. They're openly talking about it. As we'll get to a story in the back half with Doge. They don't care. They're going to aggressively go after the dissenters. They control 90% of the narrative, and those that they don't control, like Elon Musk, they'll go after anyways with legal charges. They're just a little more sophisticated. Trump's like a bulldozer, right? He's just he's just like, he talks a big game and then nothing gets done. Democrats talk very nice and flowery, and then they're, disbarring you and fucking violating attorney-client privilege and charging everyone for bullshit crimes,
Well, and look, I don't think this excuses the choice of language he used, but we are in a propaganda war right now. That is, as I said before, the Iranian win condition. Like, there's going to be propaganda coming from Iran. There's going to be propaganda coming from our government. And the victory condition for both sides is going to turn on the American resolve to see this through. So, again, I am not attempting to excuse that use of language because I don't think it can be. But there does need to be an effort on the part of the administration to rally support and to make sure that, like, people who are weakening the resolve of the country are being, like, called out, because that's actually one of the win conditions of this conflict. So I would expect him to be rallying rah USA blah blah blah, but even so, you don't want to say stuff like that, because it's like with the super chat was dead on, like with the FCC and Jimmy Kimmel. Like, what did it get you? Jimmy Kimmel got the biggest show of his career. It gave him the Streisand effect. He was suspended for like one night. You had a huge free speech issue that people are going to criticize you for and think less of your, constitutional bona fides for. Well, it's just a bad idea. It's just bad strategy.
Yeah. And so, I wish that Trump would be this aggressive when it came to domestic issues, right? Like, for me, that would be wonderful. I still see, almost the entire Democratic apparatchik celebrating the violent left-wing thugs that are challenging law enforcement every time they try to do their job, and you'd be hard pressed to find any actual action by the Trump administration to win a narrative on that issue.
Though we will be in the good news category tonight, or there's been some developments in both the the broader trans issues that we've been facing as a country, and then also in the TPS cases with immigration. So there's certainly been some stuff happening. It's just it doesn't get any coverage because the war's nothing beats the conflict.
What I'm saying is, I draw analogies to this. I don't think you're wrong when it comes to Iran winning through propaganda. That's basically it. They can't win in a heads-up military fight, so they have to win some sort of propaganda battle, right? I think the same thing's true domestically. I think that the propaganda battle is more important many times than the actual actions that are taking place, because all the actions are temporary, right? Like Trump kid finally beat back some of these absurd low-level court cases at the Supreme Court or whatever. Problem is, as soon as a Democrat wins, it's all gone, right? So you have to win the narrative, right? And like what I see is on so many of these important issues like ICE, Trump's just losing the narrative. Right? They're terrible. They need to understand, just like Iran's win condition is winning the narrative, that's the globalist piece of shit lefties. So I know I'm supposed to be more impartial on this show, but that's just what I think. It's like they're going to win this issue by winning the narrative. And I don't know, I've seen this since Trump's first administration. When you have people that are attacking ICE centers, removing the flag and then flying the Mexican flag, and routinely attacking ICE with their vehicles and other stuff, and you can't win the public narrative. You're not talking about that every day. There is domestic terrorism on our streets that is supported almost entirely by the Democratic Party, either by willfully ignoring it or cheering it on and saying it's mostly peaceful. And they won't do it. They'll push back the narrative against Iran. Fine, great. You're at a conflict internationally. That's what it's going to take to win. They won't do it domestically. And so they'll be like, but we got this court win. Great. You're going to lose the midterms. You're going to lose 2028, and all of it's going to be rolled back anyways because you were unbothered to try to win the narrative. And not by lying, right? By showing the actual truth of what's going on. And they're incapable of it. I know that you like the Iran attack. I think that regardless of what you think on that individual attack, Trump's been too focused on foreign policy, and as such, he's going to lose on these domestic issues, which is all I care about. I didn't really care if Iran got the bomb and attacked Israel until they're, in perpetuity. I don't give a shit about that. I care about my country.
Well, this is actually something that maybe you and I should. I almost think this is almost more of an offline conversation, but you guys get to hear the online because this is where we are. We're doing it, baby. So here we go. Maybe one thing you and I should talk about in terms of like useful things for coverage is forgotten stories. Because I hear what you're saying, and I think this is how this goes a lot of the time. There's some big event, right? ICE gets in. There's a counter protest. There's a shooting. Whatever happens. ICE arrests a bunch of people. Blah blah blah. And then they lose at the district court. The district court says something terrible happened, right? Or like that one district court that said that the head of the guy who's doing ICE operations in Minneapolis had to come in and give him a report in person every day, right? Like these rulings come out, and then the pundits who we're all familiar with, I know Whick's been doing this a lot recently, will say like, look, ICE lost 300 cases, right? And then this creates this narrative, and then the news cycle moves on, right? But what happens 2 months later? Almost universally, Trump wins at the appellate court or the Supreme Court, right? And then all those bad decisions are wiped out. But the time delay destroys the narrative, right? And I think that like one thing that maybe we could do that would be useful is just to like try to keep tabs on that stuff, just so that people don't forget. Where it's like, hey, remember 2 months ago when everyone was saying like, ha ha ha, look, you lost, ICE loses, district court, blah blah blah, overturned. Because I think that's part of the
I agree. So well. I agree, and it's look, you're fighting an uphill battle. This is why I always said Elon Musk is more of a danger to the left than Trump, because the narrative is where it's at, and like there's a reason that Trump's very unlikable. His personality with a lot of people, I get it. There are people that really love his personality. Then there are a bunch of people that don't like it, right? And I understand why. He's definitely a polarizing character. But the truth is, the Democrats and largely the policies of the Republicans, people fucking hate. People don't like this Democrat bullshit, like the culture war shit. They don't like it, right? And yeah, it doesn't matter. So you can see an issue like voter ID, 85, 90%. Doesn't matter. It's not going to get passed, right? And the reason for that is because of an almost total control on sort of the institutions themselves. And so people, it's like we're banging at the gates like we want something to happen, but we don't control the lever to open the gate. So we bang all we want. And it's like that lever to open the gate, what it should be is a free press. That was the point. When the media pats themselves on the back and it's like, we're the fourth estate, they're right about the importance of the press. We just don't have one. They're propagandists at this point for the establishment. And so when you're facing that and it's like, look at what you're going into before Elon buys X, basically every social media is heavily skewed towards the Democrats and sort of the globalist agenda. Almost the entirety of our mainstream media in the ways that matter. I know Fox News, I know like radio. The problem is Fox is one thing, CNN's another, MSNBC's another. The problem's the ones we consider prestige outlets. The New York Times, the Washington Post, ABC, CBS, NBC, right? They're all left-wing. They're all happily pro-Democrat. The academia, all pro-Democrat. Entertainment industry, all pro-Democrat. And so it's tough. Elon comes in, he's like, I'll give people a voice. I'll leave them speak on X. All of this I'm saying is Trump's fighting a huge uphill battle. And you can't even blame someone if they can't win that public relations nightmare because all of the tools that you'll need to win are being controlled by people that hate you. I get that. But you could try. And it's frustrating to me when I go to Republican events and it's like, when I listen to the people that are like sort of paid to create messaging, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And I'm like, do you even resonate with any real person out there? Like, real quick, I'll tell you this story. I talked to the...
Just to give you an example, because Rob's like nailing it right now, but really recently in New York, where I work, you know, there was an attempted bombing by ISIS loving not immigrants, but children of immigrants, right? So their parents were naturalized citizens. And there was basically an anti-Muslim protest outside the mayor's house. And then there was a counter protest. And, you know, these guys tried to throw a bomb at the first group of protesters on behalf of ISIS. And the New York Times coverage, they retracted it eventually, but their coverage was basically like, at a bigoted, hateful protest, someone threw a smoking rock. And you're like, whoa, hold up a second. Like, it is totally fine for you to not like the people who were doing like an anti-Muslim protest outside the mayor. Like, you want to throw shade at them, that's totally fine. That's your prerogative. But like, somebody tried to kill everybody with a bomb. Like that you're gonna hide the lead on that. You know, but this is the kind of thing that makes people not trust them the way they used to. Like, I know for me, it was Rittenhouse is what broke the glass on that. Where I think for a lot of people, where like, I'm a lawyer, I thought Rittenhouse was guilty as sin. I thought he crossed state lines with an illegal gun and shot 5 black people. And I thought that because that's what I was told. And then I watched the trial and I was like, holy shit, this is the easiest self-defense case of all time. This is a clear acquittal. And then I thought thinking, why the fuck how did I come to believe, and I'm a smart guy, I have a bunch of degrees on my wall, like how is it that I believed something that was so patently false? And the answer is I was told that by people I trusted.
And certainly it's an uphill battle for Trump, but I don't think that I think that a lot of the Republicans hate him in the Senate and stuff. That's why they're doing, these, they're not allowing him to have recess appointments. I forget what it's called. I have it written down here where they gavel in. They'll have one senator gavel in every 3 days. So Trump can't get a recess. They'll keep the blue slips going. They'll keep the filibuster going. Like, of course, they hate Trump. So enough of them. So they're not going to pass the agenda. So he's on it alone. But when I got like this, just real quick, I'll tell you this story. I go to this Republican meeting with the woman who's going to be the challenger to Josh Shapiro for governor. Like, she's going to be the Republican candidate. And I'm talking to some people in the Republican Party, not her specifically, but some people that are working on messaging, right? And they're like, all right, here's going to be our attack on Josh Shapiro, ready? Who, by the way, might be candidate for president at some point as a Democrat. So how are you going to take this guy down? You ready? He's not Jewish enough. That's their attack. Because if you know anything here in Pennsylvania, his house was firebombed. Josh Shapiro is Jewish.
Yes.
His house got firebombed by like a pro-Palestinian advocate, right? And Josh, according to the Republicans, didn't come out in support of Israel enough. And so that's the attack in Pennsylvania, where I'm watching people struggling to fill their car up with gas.
Yeah.
And your attack that you're going to lead with is he's not Jewish enough. And I'm just sitting there shaking my head. They're like, well, what would you do? And I was like, Josh Shapiro was the attorney general during the pandemic, right? Yeah. You know, when him and his boss, Tom Wolf, told us all that they were going to take away our license to operate a business if our counties voted to open up, not even us, our counties, and then violated their own order to go protest with Black Lives Matter, and then sent COVID patients to nursing homes where they died. And this guy was the head of the legal department when that happened.
But
and they're just like, oh, we forgot. I mean, that was like, what,
Rob,
300 years ago? Oh, no, it was 4 years ago.
Rob,
you know?
but he's not Jewish enough. I don't understand why you're talking about all that stuff. That doesn't.
In a nutshell, that's what I'm talking about with the narrative stuff, where it's like, who is running this shit? Like, they don't just have people that, like, have any sort of finger on the pulse of, like, what an average person's thinking. And by the way, the Democrats do this as well. Like, if the Democrats would hire some dude like me and you and be like, hey, we're trying to, like, you know, approach white men. You know, do you guys have any ideas? Instead, they're like, they're going to put out the most effeminate, like, I'm man enough to vote for Kamala Harris. I let my daughter perm my hair. You're just like, oh my goodness.
What was that chick's name? What was that chick name they hired? That like that fairly rotund girl.
Oh
like,
yes, I forgot.
She was going to do mail outreach for the Democratic Party, and I was like, oh boy, so you're just mailing it in, huh? Like you're not. There's no way that this chick is bringing in a vote. Not one vote. But okay, sure. Makes sense.
It's sad, but all right, we'll move on to the next topic. But real quick, Mr. Ubercross, a fellow attorney of yours, gives 10 memberships to both you and me.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross just splashing the pot. That's because Mr. Ubercross makes that family law lawyer money.
There you go. That's where it's at.
If you're in his state and you sadly need a family law consult, Mr. Ubercross is the guy.
Grassroots Hegemon, thank you for the 5 memberships to Ryan's channel. James, $10 on Ryan's channel, says the jury's for a DC trial of Tucker. Would you have the choice between convicting Tucker and defying the Orange Man? Yeah, that would be worth it. That'd be the trial of the century.
Oh my God,
to see the left melting down. You know?
Yeah, we often talk about like the risk of jury nullification in political cases, right? And they're like, how do we don't even know how to nullify it. Like, do we?
Can we find both guilty? Can we find the prosecution and defense guilty? Is it?
Yeah. Is it? What? God, you've really boxed us into a corner on this one.
Yeah.
That's really funny.
And then AJC, real quick, brings up, thanks so much for the 20. Says, you think no matter what they do, they'd be mad about whichever choice Trump makes. Noerrder in war, he's not helping the suffering people that are protesting. If he does help, then we're bad neocon. Yeah, of course. That's the perspective. And listen, this is my bias showing through, but that's who I am. I don't really give a shit what the left thinks. Fuck them. I've seen enough of what they believe. Their opinion means nothing to me. The people that are good faith are the ones that I'm trying to reach. And so that might be people that are more independent or more centrist or people that are right-wing that are questioning the war. Those I'll deal with, and I'll try my best to say whether or not I like this. But yeah, certainly. I mean, you'll have Democrats that were on the left that could have been the biggest cheerleaders for like pushing for conflict with Iran, that as soon as Trump does it, they're going to be like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. You know, it's just, that's who they are, of course.
Look at Fetterman. Like, the people, they're talking about primarying Fetterman now. Because, like, Fetterman has said things that are, like, obvious common sense stuff. Like, like when we took out Maduro, he's like, well, we had a $25 million bounty on his head. So clearly we wanted someone to take him out. So, like, us doing it kind of, how can we possibly complain about taking an action that we were literally paying other people to take? Right? Like, you know, like, if I'm paying somebody to shovel my snow and then I shovel my own snow, how can you say I did something wrong? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And like, for that, they want a primary, right? For that.
And look, now listen, I'm not saying that doesn't exist to a extent on the right, but not as much. Like, think of people that are neocons, right? Like Ben Shapiro, if Kamala Harris would have won and attacked Iran, what do you think he would have said? Great. You know, he would have been like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a policy I like. I tried to be like that with Biden, personally. I wanted the withdrawal of Afghanistan for years. And so when Biden did it, I was like, great. I give him credit over Trump for that. He accomplished it. Now, the way in which he did it was horrible, right? But the concept of like, we should start to have a gradual withdrawal. I didn't mean in 2 weeks.
I just imagine you clapping like, oh, not like that. Not like that. Oh.
But you try your best. So, but it is true with Trump. You know, what I always say is, when I'm debating, I don't give a shit. I'll say people's names. When I look at like Pisco or Whick or Destiny or the Live and Learn people like Josiah and Hutch, I believe they have principles. They're you know, they have a political philosophy. They have principles, issues that they care about. It's just all of that is superseded by Orange Man Bad. Right? So, for example, there are people on the left that will vehemently be distrusters of the police. Right? I don't trust them. They're up to something until they're after Trump and his team. And then it's, I take them at their word no matter what. Yep, they're absolutely right this time. Right? That foreign policy. We hate we don't trust the FBI. We don't trust the CIA until they're testifying against Trump. And then they're like, oh, yeah, these dudes they're on the up and up now.
But you see that too with the Iran nuke thing. Where people say they're like, oh, I don't trust our foreign policy. I don't trust our spying, right? Blah, blah. And they're like, but Trump shouldn't have attacked unless they were imminently going to get a nuke. And it's like, well, how would you know if he was imminently going to get a nuke? Except for the fact that the foreign spies you hate would have told you. So if you don't trust those guys, how could you hold that? You know, but that's how that goes.
Well, and I mean, it's even with immigration, you could see this, right? Where they're, in theory, people are like, sure, deportations. And then as soon as you see a wife crying as her illegal husband's being deported, it's, whoa, that's too much. And it's like, well, what did you think this meant? Right? Like, I mean, it's easy to talk about things in principle, but once they get, and foreign policy is the biggest example of that, right? Like, look, war is hell. And I'm a big, I'm sort of a soft person, right? I don't want to see anyone die, even people I disagree with. And so I wish that all conflicts could be solved through words and debate, but I'm not naive. I understand how it is with foreign policy sometimes. So regardless if I agree or disagree with an intervention, it's tragic that people are going to die, and not just soldiers. There will be innocent people that die, and there'll be people on our side that die, right? That sucks. But the problem is there are so many people that will gleefully be like, yeah, we want some military action. And then once people start dying, it's like, oh my goodness. It's like, well, what did you expect? We put a bounty on Khomeini and what? He was going to turn himself in for the money? And end up at Club Med or something? Like, you know, I don't know. So I'm not saying that there isn't nuance. There clearly is. Like, I wanted to withdraw from Afghanistan, didn't like the way it occurred. But I think you're fundamentally right. A lot of times what happens is, and Fetterman's right, people will say this stuff. Yeah, we want regime change. Okay, well, this is what that looks like. Oh, I don't like that. I mean, it was, as of right now, I'll say this. I'm not a fan of this attack on Iran. But I will say this. As of right now, though it's murky, we still have fog of war, it seems to be going as swimmingly as possible. I mean, because it could get way worse.
Oh, it could get way worse.
It may. But as of right now, so it's like, for the people that are like, well, this is already too much, it's like, I don't know how it could have been. I mean, it wasn't going to be Maduro. It just, there was zero chance of that, you know? So, for me, I don't like it regardless, but for the people that are like, yeah, I wanted something like this to occur, but now I think it's too much. It's like, how did you think this was going to play out? Well, like, I don't know.
But also, it's at a certain point, it's like, you know, I'll talk to people and I'll be like, you need to understand that China has been attempting to undermine the U.S. economically for decades. Their goal is to break our economy and become the superpower that we used to be. That's what they're actively trying to do this. That's what BRICS is about. That's what the Petro UN is about. This has been happening for decades, right? And then to your point, Rob, every time we do something to try to stop them, we're like, okay, hold on, we're going to tariff you. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, we're going to cut off your oil supply. Oh, you can't do that. It's like, well, if you recognize that there's a threat and then you say that we are unable to do anything about the threat at all, ever, well, then isn't that just capitulation? You're just saying like, all right, like we're just going to go the way of Europe and we're going to go into managed decline. And someday our Chinese overlords will hopefully be nice to us. You know, like I don't see that as the future for the country that I want. And at a certain point, to what you said, Rob, like you have to be willing to, accept the fact that some of these things are going to be difficult and worth fighting for, but that requires that some bad things are going to happen along the way. It's not going to be perfect and frictionless and rainbows, So,
let's get to I want to talk about this Jag story. Because, but we're going to put that in hold just for a second, just because I'll get to say Jag off, which is my father-in-law's favorite saying. So, but while we're on this, right? Rand's new leader's gay. We think that's the word. New York Post reporting. His name is Mojtaba Khomeini. He's probably gay. Here, let's see. Look at this guy. What do you think, audience? You be the judge. Get your gaydar out. Gay? What do you think?
This was, I think when I posted this New York Post story, they broke this on X. I said this was like, everyone should frame this. It's the funniest article I've ever read. And if you read the article, basically this is what the story, they go through like the niceties first, but about halfway through, they get to the part that I like, which is, so there's intelligence briefing. They don't have any photos, but they have a high-level source that confirmed that he's gay. He has a long-standing gay relationship. When he was hurt in a military strike recently, he was in a hospital and he was banged up and on painkillers and morphine and shit. He's we're making them more progressive already. Yeah. He's making like very, very vulgar gay overtures to various men who walk into the room, right? And the part that made me chuckle was that they briefed Trump and his staff, and they can't stop laughing. So they're doing the same thing that we're doing. They're just laughing about it. And the reason it's so funny is that it's a theocracy where being gay is a crime and you get thrown off a roof, right? So there is something inherently funny about a Islamic cleric who condemns homosexuality in all its form being a secretly gay man. That's pretty good.
It brings to this question, right? Is this propaganda? It'd be effective propaganda. I think this is the type of shit that Iran should be doing to Trump, right? They should just be like, Trump's gay and has a small penis. And he'd be like, whoa, what did you say? Like I saw that Megyn Kelly was fighting with Mark Levine.
Yeah.
And she said he had a micro penis. I mean, that's where we're at in 2026, man.
This is politics, baby.
This is politics.
But how about this, Rob? I got one for you. We haven't been able to negotiate with Iran yet. They haven't agreed to our demands. Based on this information, I think we send Lindsey Graham to do the negotiations.
Okay, of course.
You think Lindsey Graham could seal the deal?
He'd push the right buttons, I feel like.
Yeah. I'm not saying no reason. I don't know what his foreign policy experience is. I just feel like Lindsey Graham's the right man for the job.
He could break the filibuster, so to speak. He could get in there. It is like you said though. It's funny because it's like it is. I don't know. I'm just guessing here, but regimes like that, maybe Putin or Xi would be like this. Remember the story with Xi? I don't know if it's true, but you heard this where some comedians in China said he looked like Winnie the Pooh. Mm-hmm. So China was banning all images of Winnie the Pooh. When you have these egomaniac people like that, that's actually, even if you're making this shit up, it's sort of an effective strategy. Oh, the guys you just appointed's gay, right? Are there going to be leaders in Iran that what? This guy's gay? Get him out. So if you don't want this guy, maybe that's a rumor you put out there to culturally get people to be like, oh, this is bad. This is weakness. We can't have this. Or maybe he's gay. I don't know,
So it's interesting because what was reported, and of course, what do Rob and I know, but what was reported is that there's been rumors about this for a long time. And that this is why he wasn't supposed to assume the leadership role. They were going to give it to somebody else because of the fact that he's gay.
Yeah, I was laughing. I'm glad you put this down as a potential topic because I was like, yeah, this is good. There you have it.
But in terms of like the war effort and the propaganda effort, yeah, like he's also has a reputation for being somebody who would never agree to giving up the nuclear enrichment program. So if you can push him out of the way through highlighting some rumors about his sex life.
Now, listen, I just want to say before I say this, Ryan doesn't necessarily agree with this next opinion. So please, 3 years from now, when Ryan's killing it on YouTube and someone digs up this clip and tries to get him banned, this is just me. But the ultimate danger would be a nuclear weapon in the hands of an extremist Muslim trans person. That to me is, man, you're talking about two dangerous cults. Trans community and their unhinged violence, plus radical extremist terrorism. Can you imagine if it turns out that this guy's like, I'm not gay, I'm trans. Praise be Allah. Holy shit. Don't let this guy have his hands on any weapons,
I thought you were
that would be it. I don't know what we would do,
I thought you were about to do the timeless Norm Macdonald bit. That the real danger would be if he used the nuke on American citizens, killed 50 million Americans, and just think how terrible the Islamophobic blowback would be.
Here's what's going to happen. They'll be like, okay, Mr. Trump, we give up nuclear program, but instead we have biological weapon that makes frogs gay. Alex Jones, whoa, what? This is even more of a danger. I don't know, but it's fun to joke around about, but it's a very much like, in kind of an insane story and just adds a little twist on it, right? Like, could you honestly see like people in the United States, progressives, like if we went to war and this guy comes out as gay, being like, well, at least he's gay, he's more progressive, than Trump,
Well, no, or do the other one where they're like, he's the first gay leader of Iran. He should be selling. He's like Jackie Robinson.
Right? Yeah,
he broke the barrier.
The glass ceiling for gay leaders. Yeah. Oh shit.
Gay theocratic leaders. That's like that. He might be the first.
So there we go. Now, on to maybe less serious news. Actually, I think this is low-key one of the best things that I've heard out of the Trump administration, because I've been hearing about this sort of stuff behind the scenes for a while. So as an attorney, I'm interested to get your take on this. Pete Hegseth comes out and does a video where he's like, look, we're cracking down on JAG. Before we even get started, can you explain a little of what JAG is?
Yeah.
People of my generation remember the TV show.
Yeah. So JAG is essentially the attorney group within the military. So it's military attorneys, and they provide a number of services. Like if you watch like A Few Good Men, you'll see them, taking and defending cases in court martials, that sort of thing. But as relates to what this topic, the thing that really happened was like following the Abu Ghraib incidents and some other related incidents, like in the Bush administration, where they the enhanced interrogation memos that were written by that administration, there was a concern that the political branches were greenlighting the military to be a little bit too aggressive. So they increased the independence of JAG in an oversight whistleblowing role. So they were there to kind of like be an independent view on whether or not there were potentially war crimes, there were potentially abuses of power, these sort of things, and to provide more checks on the military. Now, that sounds all well and good, and I think we're all going to say that we're opposed to war crimes. So to that extent, I think we all agree. The downside is, if you've ever worked in any administration that adds a layer of human resources, you know exactly what I'm going to say. As you add these checks, you suddenly find that you are not really able to do anything, right? And I think that's kind of the backdrop for what Secretary Hegseth did.
It's, I've been reading some people. I know a friend of my show, Surian, tagged me and you about this guy, Dr. Brian Cox, who is a retired JAG officer. And the scuttlebutt from within this is they are radically left-wing. Like radically. One story I was reading about, I hadn't even heard this story, so I have to check the veracity of this. I've been looking into it, and it seems to be true. Mm-hmm. There was during like the BLM stuff, there was a black guy in the name of BLM that firebombed a U.S. naval, I think a destroyer, and caused millions upon millions of dollars of damage. And the JAG officers basically attempted to blame just some white guy, and basically let this dude off the hook. And I'm reading a lot of people that have been connected that it's like, it is a cesspool. It is just as much identity politics as you could imagine. Like just towing the DEI line, everything, it has to be all about sort of, identity politics. And as such, it's been just a disaster. I think that rooting out that sort of stuff is what draining the swamp is to me. People in the executive branch and the military would fall under that are abusing their powers for basically left-wing or progressive ideology. And so for me, I low-key think that this could be one of the best things that come out of the Trump administration. Yeah. We'll see what happens. But the idea of it, just like the idea of Doge, is a good idea, in my opinion.
Well, this is where, like, some people, I don't know whether you accept this characterization, but some people, when they come to talk to me about this show, they're like, God, Ryan, you're such a good influence on Rob. He's like, he's so rational. He's not doing his fire breathing shit on that show. And then I tell them about the influence you've had on me, and this is one of them. I was when Doge happened with USAID, I had very mixed feelings. And the reason I had mixed feelings is I was like, well, surely some of these programs are good programs. Right? Some of them are very bad. Some of them are idiotic. Some of them are probably corrupt NGOs, slush funds, all that you think. But some of them are good. And shouldn't you go in there, and I think we talked about this, like a surgeon and just cut out the bad ones? And then I had a realization talking to you, which is like, in politics, that is impossible. It never happens. If you go into an agency and you try to surgically remove just the bad apples that you can find, you'll A, never find them, but B, they go into survival mode. And 2 years later, it's the midterms, you've accomplished nothing, and you've been stuck in a bureaucratic fight with bureaucrats for years. And I think I think you're right. This is the same lesson, which is that I don't know the extent to the problem in JAG. I don't know the extent to the drag it was putting on military operations, but I do know that if you start looking into it and you're like, holy shit, I did a quality control check and I found 5 problems in the first 10 guys I looked at. Okay, now there's a broad problem, and a broad problem needs broad reform. And yeah, that's going to sweep too broadly, maybe, but that's just the way it goes. I think that's the way it goes. And I don't think you can have a military where people are injecting that kind of politics into it. So if that's the case, and I mean, again, I haven't seen that verified either yet. But if that was the case, then you have to solve that problem. You can't have an overly litigious military. Right? There's supposed to be a chain of command.
It's really like I think that you see this, and if you want to see how this could look, you go back and look at the first impeachment of Trump. And when you see all these State Department officials, there's this, I think that we have this idea of like professionalism that occurs like in these sort of branches. So like Trump is seen, rightfully so, as almost cartoonishly a buffoon at times, right? Like, like he's your crazy uncle that's in a suit and tie, that shows up to the Thanksgiving dinner and just like, what's all this gay shit in the table, like, and you're just like, what are you doing? Like, that's it. Like, he's not doing the, putting on the airs that he should. But I don't think it's really like that. I think that like behind the scenes in these things, it's been sort of a bubble that's kind of ridiculous. And it exposes itself when there's someone that comes from outside that and is seen as ridiculous as well. The first Trump impeachment, you had all these people, like these characters that became famous, like Vin or like so many of these other characters. And it's like, when you look at them, you're like, these aren't the like sort of erudite, professionals that we thought. James Comey, there's a video that I wish I'd have had on hand where James Comey's talking about, he's like, yeah, like, I forget, I'm going to screw it up. Maybe it's Miley Cyrus or Lady Gaga. I don't give a shit. But he's like, I was doing a briefing and we were talking about a sandstorm. And I was like the Miley Cyrus song? And they were like, what? And he's like, so I had to sing the song to them. It's like, I don't know. So for me, it's like, I think what happened is a lot of these executive agencies, you end up seeing like that famous picture of the guy wearing all the military brass, but he's wearing the weird furry dog mask. That's the sort of shit that's going on. That's what's happening behind the scenes. These are the people, they take that mask off, then they go in and they represent as attorneys our military, and they're pushing these bullshit progressive agendas, and we're none the wiser. There's no real audit of it. And so kudos to Pete Hegseth. I think that this is the right move.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the truth is with something like the military, like neither you nor I are going to have all the information. It's just not possible. But I'm not allergic to this sort of thing. Like I think that there has been over time a glut, and that's why I made the reference to the HR department earlier. A glut of this type of staffing, where we just bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy, and even if you're not as jaded about it as maybe Rob is, I think the question you should ask yourself in the audience is like, do you really think that the broader left hasn't figured out that one of their strengths is they do better in bureaucracies than the right does? Like when they build a really Byzantine, bureaucratic, nightmarish system, that's the left's home base, right? That's academia. That's all these agencies. So, oftentimes just kind of clearing out the clutter is really beneficial. Or ask yourself this. After Abu Ghraib, after the Bush era enhanced interrogation memo, who do you think was filling all those new JAG jobs?
Right.
Who did all the hiring? Right. And so certainly it would be very surprising to me if this was an ideologically split 50-50 or something like that. I would be unsurprised if this was like an 80-20 sort of thing.
Look, this is outside the scope of what this show is supposed to be about. But for me, when I see what I call cultural Marxist, they intentionally want to go into the spaces where they're not winning, right? It's the opposite. For me, this sums up sort of conservative politics. I volunteered for Trump's campaign 2020, right? And I was offered a low-level job, just like a county level. So I didn't take the job. I did still volunteer, but I didn't take the job. I had to sit in this call, with it's like a chain of command thing. So I wasn't like talking to Trump. I'm talking to someone below Trump talks to someone below that, to someone below that, to someone below that, that's talking to me. Mm-hmm. That's who I was talking to, right? But they're talking about strategy in Pennsylvania, swing state, very important, 2020, right? And I sit through this whole call with like 30 of us, and afterwards they ask if there's questions. So I wait patiently, and I finally get to say, what is our plan to reach out to communities that traditionally don't vote Republican? And they're like who? I was like single mothers, people in inner city communities, young people, like college campuses. And what I was told was, oh, we don't go after them. We're just going after the low-hanging fruit. Okay. That's one way. The cultural Marxists, they go into every space. They saw right-leaning spaces like churches. They went into churches. We're going to take over leadership position on the churches. They went into like seeing professional athletics. We're going to go in there. That's where we're going to go. The gaming community. We're going to go in there. Dungeons and Dragons, a boys club? Don't think so. We're going to go in. We're going to go into Warhammer. We're going to go into the video game industry. And one of the places they went in a big way is the military, right? They saw that as a bastion of sort of right-wingers. And they were like, oh, no. Oh, no, no, no. And you're right. When it comes to sort of a lower level, your average grunt that goes in, they're going to be your like sort of run-of-the-mill, young white black guy that's like, did you catch the football game? Wrestling around, telling dirty jokes, shit like that. As you go up the leadership, it becomes more and more progressive and left wing. And so it's intentional for me. And I also think, and this is a conspiracy of mine, but I think that this bears out. A lot of the vax mandates and shit were designed in places like police and especially in the military to get out more right-leaning people, so that they would then have more of a monopoly. And so when they kicked a bunch of people out of the military for not getting the vax, what do you think?
Designed or not, it certainly had that effect.
That's right.
Yep. So whether that was a feature or a bug, it certainly had that effect. And I do think that there's a, Mr. Ubercross. Yeah, a little behind here, but as a military guy and lawyer, JAG officers were always a little left-wing. That made sense. Law school became a lot more left-wing. Makes sense. JAG would follow suit. Yeah. And this is a good point. That
thanks for the donut, by the way.
Yeah, thank you so much, by the way. But most law schools are wildly left-leaning these days. Now that doesn't hurt law school the same way it hurts undergrad, because like when you get to a more technical discipline, the left-leaning stuff. It's not that it's gone, but it's somewhat mitigated by the fact that you still have to learn how to do the craft. But you do see a lot of it, and this is where CRT was born. Was in law schools, right? So there are a lot of law schools that lean very, very heavily left. I mean, I was when I was in law school, I was still voting Democrat, And even so, I was like more of a centrist type. And I had, I think, 4 or 5 different law school classmates across the 3 years come up to me afterwards and confess that they were secret Republicans. And they were so glad that somebody was like arguing the other side and willing to raise their hand and make the point, but they would never do it because they don't want to be outed. Right. And it was like, this was one of the first warning signs for me when I was like, wait a minute, I might be on the wrong team. Like, why is it that my classmates are coming up to me and saying that like they're secret Republicans? Like
law school.
That's a problem.
My buddy went to law school, said the same thing. You know, I originally went to school for journalism. Same thing. All my professors are left wing. Most of them were centrist though, back in like 2003, right? They were more of your like, shit, they sound like Tucker Carlson, basically.
Yeah.
You know, but and then, you know, then I transitioned into like speech communication debate. I mean, you could count the number of people in your hand, and a lot of those people were attorneys as well, would go on to law school. And my goodness, I mean, it was a catastrophe. It was literally like Pearl Harbor for the debate community when Trump won in 2016. I was at a tournament in my school. I was out of school by then, but I would judged rounds. I went to a tournament at my school 2 weeks after Trump got elected. There were people sobbing their eyes out, sobbing. They were like grown adults that were like, you know, getting paid 6 figures to be coaches for, you know, big schools, sobbing. And all of them staring daggers at me because I was like the only dude in the community that voted for Trump. And I'm just like, fuck all you. I don't care. Fuck you all. But it's weird how these professions that require sort of specialized education, you see the matriculation as the education system becomes more left wing. And even something I think people think, sure, your anthropology majors, your arts majors, but yeah, law school too is becoming the schools are becoming more
this is
left-wing.
why, like, you know, we often talk about the metaphor of the bulldozer and the builder. We need a cohort of like the right-leaning, reasonable people with good American values who are willing to go back and rebuild some of these institutions and say like, okay, like University of Texas, like when they came up with at Austin, like that project, like just projects where people can come in and say like, no. If you want an alternative to this type of education that people are complaining about and feel is corrupt, there's a place to go, right? And I think on the free market, holy shit, they do so well. Rob, imagine if you were hiring somebody, right? How about this for a project? Make a ranking of just like how infected by cultural Marxism or DEI, wokeness, whatever the term you want to use, each university is by reputation, right? And then when people start hiring, they're like, oh, well, you went to Harvard. That's a highly ranked school, but I'm not really looking for a social activist. I'm looking to hire somebody from University of Chicago. That's who I'm hiring, right? I think that would change the game quickly if people were mobilizing around that, because not a lot of conservatives in universities, but a lot of conservatives doing the hiring.
Yep. Jefferson, thanks for the $2 from Ryan's channel says, I wonder how his beard got that white. Talking about the he must dye it white. Maybe that's the thing.
Oh, you know what's fucked up?
That's all I'm going with that.
You used to see my Irish heritage. This used to be red. It used to be brown and red, and now it's brown and white. It's sad days.
And then $2 as well are very left-wing Jags, a law school issue.
Yeah.
And then and as we were saying as well, Philip Collins, thanks for the $5 on Ryan's side, says the military scene is insanely right-wing when in reality, the higher in rank you go, the more likely you are to run into a Democrat. That's right.
Yep.
I'll read this one later. Mr. Ubercross again, $10 over on Ryan's channel. Thank you.
Ubercross.
Yeah, look at that.
Generosity.
Says, I argued so much in con law as a moderate right-wing leaning dude. I got so many Facebook messages and private thanks because everyone was scared to say something circa 2010, 2013. Yeah, and like, it really makes you wonder, like, look, this is a topic for like 2 hours, sort of law school becoming left-wing. And not just that, but our culture embracing in the legal profession, sort of left-wing attitudes, whether it be activist judges that we could see that keep getting excoriated by higher-up judges, or like, I mean, now we see, so many attorneys that work on right-wing things that are being investigated by the bar for what seems pretty benign, just arguing positions. And what is the ramifications once you have 2 or 3 generations of people come through law school that's became more and more left-wing? what does that do? What's the end result from everything from your prosecutor to your defense attorney to corporate law to like people that are appointed to political positions as judges?
Well,
I don't know.
This is why when I debate someone like Pisco or Destiny or whomever, they often will do this thing where they try to dismiss my concerns. Well, they'll say something like, "Oh, so you're just mad about DEI, like it's this small deal." But it's not a small deal. I don't like the policies, and I can name a bunch of them I don't like and have, but that's not what I'm talking about here. What the bigger concern is what you just said. It's the cultural issue. Like the culture war actually is a really big deal, because if you let people raise your children to have values that are un-American and contrary to your values, you can't be surprised when institutions shift, when the legal profession shifts, when you no longer, all these institutions are run by people. And if you can no longer trust the people because they've become ideologically motivated, then you have a big problem, right? And an insolvable one. And this is a fight worth fighting. Like there actually is an American philosophy. There actually is deviation from the American philosophy. And we don't get to be a country founded on a philosophy if people forget what the philosophy is. We have to fight for it. We have to win hearts and minds. It's a big deal. It's not a small deal.
Yep, totally agree. By the way, the poll is over. We had 91 votes. Is the new Iranian leader gay? 14% said no. 86% said mm-hmm. So there you have it. Yeah. Well, the audience has spoken. He's gay. You know?
I think we have decided. The fact is in. The jury has voted.
Yeah.
For the purposes of this show,
send it to Trump. You know, that's
actionable intelligence.
That's right.
Tell him Law and Order sent you.
All right, so we're getting away from military stuff and things connected to that, and some more domestic issues. There's so much we could talk just on that sort of stuff all night. God. But first thing, we have this dissent. I think this is
Rob, are we talking swinging dicks?
We are talking. This show is getting pretty gay today.
This is the gayest episode of Law and Order by far.
We're talking swinging dicks. So I will put this dissent up, and we'll just read this, and then you can opine. This is from the judge that dissents. He says, "This is a case about swinging dicks." By the way, this is the actual dissent.
This is the actual dissent.
This is not a journalist covering it. This is the actual written dissent that's put in the record. It says, "This case is about swinging dicks. The Christian owners of Olympus Spa, a traditional Korean women-only nude spa, understandably don't want them in their spa. Their female employees and female clients don't want them in their spa either, but Washington State insists on them, and now so does the Ninth Circuit. You may think that swinging dicks shouldn't appear in a judicial opinion. You're not wrong. But as much as you might understandably be shocked and displeased to merely encounter that phrase in this opinion, I hope we can all agree that it is far more jarring for the unsuspecting and exposed women at Olympus Spa, some as young as 13, to be visually assaulted by the real thing." I thought that this was a great example of using sort of a performative point to really hammer home like the importance of the issue.
I think it contrasts really meaningfully with, remember that case that we looked at where like the judge basically just had a picture of the kid and then quoted some Bible verses, yes. but none of it was relevant to anything, right? Here, I think the point he's making is a really interesting one and a really salient one, which is like, it shocks you to see a judge use this language. It shocks you. But wouldn't your 13-year-old daughter be equally shocked were she to attend this spa by the real thing? Well, and I think that sometimes the legalese can kind of mask how jarring this would be. And I guess, like, this is a tricky case because it's state law, and state law is not federal law. And I'm sure the state of Washington's law is as preposterous as the Ninth Circuit ruled that it was today. Like, every state has the right to have laws. Many of them will be bad. Many of them will be preposterous. It is not the purview of me or the court to make every state have good laws. That's not what we do. But at the same time, you have to tee this up so that the public understands that this is not an isolated incident, right? Like this is a real thing that's really happening because it's the direct consequence of these like infinitely progressive, infinitely permissive, modern left-wing policies, which are almost unrelated to the Democratic Party I grew up with in the 90s and 2000s. Totally different world.
Sideshow, $5. Out of curiosity, why wait? Read my previous comment at a later time. Sideshow, thanks for the $20. Have you seen the U.S. versus the world video from 2 years ago? Do you think it still holds? No, I haven't seen it. So
there we go.
Thank you for the donut, but I was going to address it later because without seeing it, people will put super chats. Some of them are more not for the show specifically, not on the issues we're talking about. So usually Ryan or me will, like for example, if someone says, Ryan, remember in that video the other day, you talked about buying a new Jeep? Well, blah, blah, blah. That sort of doesn't fit with the theme of the show. We could read it later. So I just didn't know. I haven't seen that movie or documentary or whatever it is. So I can't comment. Does that have something to do with JAG? I don't know. The U.S. versus the world, I'm not sure. And then Alishness says, there's a reason why by the way, I'll premise this. Alishness, who thinks that we should shoot at federal law enforcement officers who will not be welcome. By the way, I saw you on my Discord. You will be banned tonight from my Discord as well. I don't like Fed posters, but you're on Ryan's channel, so we'll read your generous super chat. Thanks so much for $5. There's a reason why institutions lean farther left, and it has everything to do with progressive ideas inherently being democratic, not a conspiracy. That's not true whatsoever. If they were so democratic, why do they rely on censorship of ideas that they disagree with? You could actually see people that are somewhat left-leaning, such as Jonathan Haidt at Heterodox Academy, who talks about how they went from being slightly leaning left-wing, like 55-60%, to now being radically, almost completely antithetical to the idea of even allowing right-wing ideas. Famously, there's a lot of progressive ideas that are foisted on our society, like swinging dicks and a woman's spa. Go ahead, put that to a Democratic vote.
Well,
see how it looks.
It's a perfect example, right? Like the progressive idea here is that you cannot have a woman's only space. That's the progressive idea, right? Or like, but let's go even broader. Like at the Supreme Court level, when we talk about like living constitutionalism, the progressive idea is not democratic. The progressive idea is that the court can imply new constitutional rights and take that out of the democratic process and take it out of the hands of the people. When the court invented the right to gay marriage, whether you love gay marriage or hate gay marriage, that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that when the court invented that right, it took the right of the people to vote on the issue away. It wasn't in the Constitution. The court took it away from the people and we never got to vote on it. The court just decided it for us. That is the opposite of democratic. So the idea that like just because you're progressive, you're pro-democratic is absolute nonsense. Speaking of like propaganda points, it's just a well-greased propaganda point, no more, no less.
And a lot of what are seen as like sort of progressive staples, like gay marriage, actually were very undemocratic, right? Like when it got legalized, the majority of people didn't want it. Famously, there was a proposition in California, I forget the number of it, but it famously, they put it to a vote and they assumed California is sort of left-leaning in the late 90s or 2000s or something. And turns out Black Americans overwhelmingly despised the idea of gay marriage. So they just interpreted it through the Supreme Court that you had a constitutional right to not be allowed to get married. So
I have a video about this on my channel, and people should read Scalia's dissent in Obergefell. It was the thing that made me an originalist. It was the thing that broke me ultimately from the Democratic Party was that dissent. It's beautifully written. But one of the things he said is, imagine the hubris, Rob. Just imagine the hubris where Justice Kennedy, who wrote the majority opinion in that case, said in his reasoned opinion, it could not be the case that marriage is only between a man and a woman. The Constitution must allow for gay marriage. Of course, it doesn't allow for polyamorous marriage. You can't be a throuple. Now, why is one in the Constitution and not the other? By the way, the Constitution doesn't even use the word marriage, right? And at the time of the founding, it was unthinkable that the federal government would have any rules about marriage because that was for the states. But okay, leaving all that aside, in his reasoned judgment, this must be the case. And the hubris is this, Rob. In his reasoned judgment, he's figured out something that every single state and every single citizen And every single Supreme Court judge and every single president got wrong for 200 years. Everybody who thought about this question until 5 minutes ago in 2015 was wrong. The Constitution always demanded this. And everybody just fucked it up. It was only him who figured it out. That's a crazy level of hubris and a crazy reason to take something away from the people who get to vote on these things. So yeah, I think this is, it's a topical comment to read, especially when we're talking about this opinion where, you know, a judge is railing against the fact that Washington, at least it's decent, at least Washington set their own law, which is better than the Supreme Court doing it. But based on this dissent, I would not be surprised if this goes to the Supreme Court. And I don't know if you've been following this, Rob, but the Supreme Court has been, pretty harsh recently on these issues. In the case of Mirabelli v. Bonta, the Supreme Court affirmed an injunction that was going to prevent California from having a law that prevented schools, Rob, from informing parents if their child was transitioning at school. Can you imagine that? It's like crazy. It's not even up to the teacher. It's not even a law that said the teacher could decide. Like, oh shit, if it's an abuser, don't tell them. But, you know, normally tell them. They weren't allowed to tell their kid, the parents. And, you know, one of the really tragic stories here is that one of the parents who's suing, their daughter, their child started transitioning, and then after, you know, months of this, attempted suicide. Because obviously, you know, that there is a risk of mental instability that correlates with gender transitions. And as a parent, let's say your child is trans and has an enhanced suicide rate, don't you think you should know that? Like, isn't that a risk that you as a parent should be made aware of, that like your kid has a higher chance of being suicidal? That it's an absolutely insane law. And by the way, one of those other things I thought was never happening.
It's crazy.
Like, right? You know, there was like, oh, this never happens. It's like, well, okay. The Supreme Court made it very clear that this is absolutely happening and is doing something about it. So if the Swinging Dicks case goes up to the court, I would expect that they might do something about it there too.
It's just crazy, and it's an example of how like insane things have gotten. Like it from a political and not a legal standpoint. Like, imagine the party that was like, listen, we need spaces for women only. You know, Title IX, all of this stuff. You know, now being like, you know, you can't have women only spaces. That's how the horseshoe theory of how crazy we've came along. You know, some good comments on this one. Jefferson, $2. Oh wait. Well, we'll read this one as well. Texas stopped following ABA accreditation. I did not know that.
Interesting. I didn't know that either.
And then we have Jefferson again for $2, says the judicial principle of phallus flaccidus.
Yeah. I mean, swingus maximus.
Yes. World Radio donates to both. $5 off us, says double down on Ryan and Rob. Same stream. Let's go. Thank you.
He knows where the infotainment is. This is where it lives.
That's right. Hellstorm gives $5, says the judge is a master of jurispenis. I hear this case got a lot of attention from the new leader of Iran. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he filed an amicus brief.
Yeah,
he's very interested in this case.
But
sorry. Hold on.
Ivan easily outfed Alishness. Thanks so much, Grassroots.
I think he can easily outfed Alishness.
Oh, okay.
But Grassroots, I love you. You oil the stream. You're my boy. No one can outfed Alishness.
Yeah, it's very good. Very good stuff. And lastly, Hellstorm says, just realized P-word's probably not TOS. Don't need to read one. Couldn't remiss. It was fine.
That's all right. We had some fun, but Rob, can I just read you a paragraph of this decision?
Yeah, please.
This isn't even them making the law. This is just the fact pattern, right? Two of the parent plaintiffs, John and Jane Poe, have religious objections to gender transitioning, but were not told by their daughter's school when she began to present as a boy and use a male name and male pronouns during her 7th grade year. In parent-teacher meetings, no one told the Poes about their daughter's transitioning or referred to her using the male name and pronouns that were used at school. They lied. They said they were using male names at school, but they used the female names during the conference because they had to, because of the law. At the beginning of their daughter's 8th grade year, she attempted suicide and was hospitalized. Only then did her parents learn from a doctor that she had gender dysphoria and had begun presenting as a boy at school. Gender dysphoria, by the way, very, very serious condition. That's not a joke, right? Just months after being discharged, the Poe's daughter was re-hospitalized and held there involuntarily because she was at risk of self-harm. At a new school in 9th grade, she once again began identifying as a boy. Contrary to the Poe's instructions, teachers and school officials continued to use a male name and pronouns for their daughter, citing their obligations under California state law. The Poe's have placed their daughter in therapy and obtained psychiatric care for her. Like, can you imagine this? Like,
it's brutal.
Your daughter attempted suicide, has been diagnosed with a mental condition. You're trying to work with the school to manage this situation, and they are obligated by law to lie to you.
Is this the young woman that was at the State of the Union?
I don't know, because
her story was very similar. Her story was she basically, oh no, it was different, but the legal case, you have to look up that one. She got put into a halfway house, right? And when the parents went to pick her up, they would not allow the parents to pick her up because they would not use the male identified name. And then the girl got assaulted in the halfway house because they put her in with boys. And now she's obviously like detransitioned and was like, I was fed this line of shit. But imagine like you go to pick up your daughter that's a runaway and they're like, you don't have a daughter. What are you talking about? We don't have anyone by that name here. And you're like, she's here. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, oh my goodness!
Yeah, it's really alarming. And also, I was told this doesn't happen. A, but B, and these laws are so broad, right? Like the idea, like we can't release your kid, or we won't even tell you. Like I'm just trying to imagine these parents. Like imagine when their daughter attempted suicide, and they find out about this, and then they're thinking like, wait a minute, I had a parent-teacher conference 2 months ago. I sat down with this person. I asked, how's my daughter doing? They said, your daughter's doing fine. She's doing great, right? You don't think you wanted to warn me about a potential suicide risk? Like, and take out the trans stuff. I'm not even saying like supportive, not supportive, whatever you think about it. Like, it's a suicide risk. Like I've heard for years and years about how there's an increased risk of suicidality in the trans community. So if your kid is identifying as trans, surely you would want to at least know about the suicide risk. Like that is not information that you can withhold from a parent. That's insane. That's I don't even think that's defensible. So like this is why this law is going to go, and this is why a bunch of these laws are going to go, because they're wildly they're overbroad and terrible. It's not possible to defend that.
The principle that this comes from. And this is the honest to God truth for so many of these lefties. Your children aren't yours. The government raises your children. That's the honest to goodness principle. That's how they feel. And like I've had this argument. There was this guy Jengels I debated once, right? And we were talking about critical race theory, and it's the classic example of it doesn't happen, but it's a good thing that it's happening once you prove that it's happening. So we're talking about schools K through 12, and I'm bringing up examples of CRT being in these schools, public schools. And I said, the founders of critical race theory said that the intent was to create activists. Now, I think that like K through 12 public education should be like teaching reading and writing and math, right? And maybe some art and some physical education, things like that, right? I'm not interested in I'm an activist. I don't want my kid's school, public school, to be creating an activist like me. That's not the point, right?
That's not the goal.
He says, yes, they should be creating activists, but just for good causes. And I was like, what are the good causes? Pro-LGBT, anti-racist. And I was like, is MAGA racist? He says, of course. I was like, so should our K through 12 schools be teaching anti-MAGA rhetoric? Of course. It should be encouraging. And that's it in a nutshell. They'll sit there and fight tooth and nail. Like, no, it's not happening. And then they're saying, well, yeah, but we should. We should be creating activists. Your kindergartner should be told. And the reason is because you as a parent are failing. You see it in your chat. Alice just, again, our lunatic lefty here. It was a failure of the parents. That's the problem. The parents failed. That must be the problem.
Yeah, when the school lies and hides information, that's the parents' fault.
And that's what they won't tell you the truth. These lefties like this, the radicals that want to use violence and this shit, they won't tell you the truth. They'll hide behind deflections and all this bullshit, right? But the truth is, when you scratch the surface, you can see they find you contemptible. If you're a parent and you're teaching your kids values that are antithetical to what these progressives want, then you're a bad parent. And you shouldn't have a say anyways. So the school should protect your child from you. That's what it's about. And they'll make up bullshit. Well, if the school had to tell the parents that the kid trans, they might beat the kid. So the school has to, the kid's trying to take their own life. And the parents aren't even allowed to know. That's the insanity. And that is literally where this comes from. So it sounds ridiculous, but that's where the idea comes from.
James Lindsay wrote a wonderful book about how Marxists infiltrated the U.S. education system. If you're interested in the topic, you should go find his book. It's a good book. It's worth reading. But it all traces back to this guy, Pablo Freire, who's a overt Marxist and is one of the most cited academics in all of America at this point, because he's cited in all of these education. He wrote various books about exactly what you just said, which is the need to make praxis, to make activism the heart of education. And here's the thing: down the road, if you're like, let me maybe address the different people. Maybe, I don't know if they're in the audience or not, but people who are saying, "Oh, I actually support these things. I support activism. I support anti-MAGA in schools, blah, blah, blah," right? What you're doing is you're turning what used to be neutral institutions into political institutions. And when they become political institutions, they will face political reprisals. So if you don't like it when the right gains power and suddenly they're targeting universities, they're targeting the education system, this and that, ask yourself why that's happening, right? If the education system was doing what it's supposed to do, which is teach academic mastery and then let people figure out who they are on their own, there's no need for either side to make it a political football. But once you turn a neutral institution into a political football, you can't get that mad when the other side wants to play. Of course they can. They don't care. Like and the truth is, once you've convinced yourself that you're virtuous and your opponents are evil, the standards never apply to them. I mean, I'm with you. I point it out all the time, but it's ad nauseum. You point out to these people like, but what if the other side did that to you? And they're like, but I'm a good person. That would be bad if they did it to me. I'm good. You're bad. So when we do it to you, is it okay to punch a Nazi? Yes. And you're a Nazi. Yeah. You know, how would we could have people that are like, it's justified if the government's tyrannical to shoot at them, and this government's tyrannical. Really? So what are you trying to say? I'm not saying it. Whick, I'm not saying it. Well, how would you feel if the other side did that? What if the other side says, we think that a President Kamala Harris is tyrannical. Mm-hmm. She's censoring people online. That's against our First Amendment. We think that's tyrannical. That'd be horrible. People like me and Ryan would say, whoa. You can't have these calls to violence. Don't you understand that you should try to put yourself in your opponent's shoes and say, well, what if the other person got in power? Would I like if they did that to me? They'd say, no, of course not, but we don't give a shit because we're good people and you're bad. So the rules don't apply to us. Your speech is violence. Our violence is speech. That's it. It doesn't. It's literally that simple, you know. And I know this is not what we normally do on this show, but I think we've kind of broken the mold a little bit this episode anyway. If you watch my channel, I talk a lot about natural law, which is the American philosophy. And this is actually really important in this context because we actually were just, you and I, Rob, subject to agitprop. Because here's what happened. Allison has said progressiveness is better because it's more democratic, right? And then we debunked that, which is great. I think we were right. We debunked it easily. But actually, being more democratic is not the goal of American philosophy. Correct. Being more democratic is the means by which we move towards a society that is governed by natural law and provides for the right atmosphere to be an American and to live as people ought to live. And the right of a parent to raise their child in their belief system, to raise children that think in a way that they think and to pass on their values is just core to what it means to be a human and a parent. It's just core to that. And in some ways, you get the agitprop is now the goal shifted to whatever's more democratic is better. But that's not what's better. What's better is what aligns with natural law. And it is unnatural to say that a state, rather than the parent, has primary rights over how to raise a child. That's an insane statement.
And if you like, one of the things this surprised me. Yeah. How many times does the Constitution mention the word democracy?
Yeah, no, exactly.
0.
Yep.
It does not. And in fact, if you look at sort of the thrust of what the founding fathers were getting at, not only did they have enshrined that there was select people that were allowed to vote, but they actually were even more, they were happy that it was less of that bunch that were voting, right? They let states make up their mind what their tests were for voting. There were religious tests in some states at the founding of this country. There were elections where of the, like maybe only 20% of the people living in that state were eligible to vote. And of that 20%, only like 18% of them voted. So you're talking about like 3 to 4% of the people that are actually vested in appointing who would then become the representative. Democracy is like this, it's so cliche now. It's like the word diversity. We just accept it. Someone says it and we're like, oh yeah, that's good. Democracy means good. Diversity means good. Well, no, democracy could be absolute dog shit. At one point, you might have 60% of people that thought slavery was all right. Okay, is that good? That's democratic. It's democracy. If 60% of people say, we think that we should take all of your inheritance, you should be allowed to give it to you, that's still dog shit. I don't care that 60% of people believe that. And so it's just this mantra that they preach. By the way, they're not concerned about democracy when it's issues that they don't agree with. Democracy would say voting ID, right? Democracy would say secure the border. Democracy would say mass deportations. Well, they don't give a shit about democracy then. Oh, that's different. Those are bad, evil positions. So, it's all selective the way they talk about this shit.
Look, ultimately, the problem where we have right now is if you get to a situation where you got 6 people, one of them makes $5, the other 5 vote to take the $5 away and split it amongst the other 5 people. The politician just earned 5 votes. He lost 1, but he earned 5 votes because he took the $5 away from the guy who earned it and he gave it to the 5 people who would vote for the theft. And that's the doom spiral of a democracy. And if you want to bring it back to like kind of more the bread and butter of the show, the 17th Amendment, which was the amendment, it used to be the case that senators were directly elected by the states. And now they're elected by the people directly. That was a huge mistake. Yeah. It was a huge mistake because what it did is it shifted the focus to direct democracy away from constitutional republicanism, where they're saying like the state has an interest. And if you want to have an interest in who your senator is, you need to engage with the state level democracy. Because the truth is, and I think anybody who's worked at democracy at any level knows this, the smaller the scale, the better democracy works. When it's 10 people, democracy is great. When it's 300 million, it struggles. So when you break it down and you make it the states, you make it the localities, you make it the municipalities, it's a much better system. But doing these things nationally is a fucking disaster. So yeah, we have a lot of very bad ideas that have warped our constitutional republic over the years. But maybe Rob, one of these days, you and I can do something about it.
Yeah. All right. Some more super chats because someone's complaining. I missed this one. $5 over on Ryan's channel says, but have you seen how bad the left is? Will not save you, especially if you're the one who handed them a victory. Neocons are trying to primary massing, by the way. Yeah. I mean, I agree. I think that it'll only take you so far. When you fail to accomplish your campaign promises and don't even try, as the Republicans are, when it comes to things like the SAVE Act, people eventually just shrug their shoulders, and you're not going to have enthusiasm from your base. Stagus, $10 as rate is Noerrder 2028. Thank you.
That's the ticket.
Yeah, we'll take it. What else did I miss? Did I miss any? People are getting upset now when I don't read them, so I'm going to try to make sure. Here we go. Philip Kong, real quick, over on Ryan's channel, $5 says, I'm against CRT because the Nazis were the first CR theorists and critical race theorists. Instead of talking about white versus black, they're talking about Aryans versus Jewish people. And Gelatinous Rube again says, $5 if Rob ignores my super chat again, I will YouTube on a Whick panel of his choice. On the other hand, I'll take any excuse to send Ryan money. Well, keep sending Ryan your money.
Yeah, and by the way, I just want to call this out because I think it's an interesting thing that happened today. super chats were really generous. There were memberships flying around. There were super chats. Like there were some people were really oiling both streams today. Some people actually made a point of doing both simultaneously, which is a really baller move. So shout out to everyone who did that. But they were also topical. They were asking questions that directly plugged into the conversation.
Right.
And just to reward you guys, I want to call it out. You guys were unusually generous, but also unusually focused. And you were asking really great questions and making funny comments or asking questions related. And as a result, you were much more part of the show than you have been in the past. So we would like to reward that behavior. So, good for you guys.
Thank you. Yeah.
Really appreciate you.
Some other non-super chats. Our good friend Alishness again says, democracy and democratic elected are not the same thing. If you don't know we live in a constitutional republic, that's your fault. No, I do know that. So when people like you go, my democracy, it's not shit. We're not a democracy. It's not something that the founding fathers were super hyped about. Even to the idea of who in our democratically elected system, it wasn't a full democracy on who voted. There were criteria placed in based on skin color, land ownership, age, biological sex, etc.
But wait, hold on. Wasn't her last post progressiveness is better because it's more democratic?
Yes.
And then and then the next post down, she's like, actually, democracy doesn't matter.
If you don't know that we're actually not a democracy.
It's the constitutional. Yeah, okay.
Yes, it is amazing. Like you always have to ask yourself, is it just rank stupidity that these people don't understand things, or is it just gaslighting? Yes, no one was confused here. We understand we weren't a democracy. The reason we refuted democracy, the left's democracy, by talking about the founding fathers and how we're intentionally not a democracy is because we understand that we're not a democracy. So for you to then point out, you thought we were a democracy and not a democratic republic, is we're the one pointing out your error. Congratulations. Right. But hey, it's nice to have someone here to illustrate just how dumb the left is. World Radio gives 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
He's been splashing both streams today. Look at that. Unbelievable generosity. But I honestly, I appreciate the fans spending the time and the money and asking these questions, because the other thing is, I actually think, and maybe I'm just tooting our own horn, but I think we're on to something here. Like, and I know this show's been a little different, but fuck it, we're kind of in that mode now.
Yeah.
When Rob and I came up with this show, the idea behind it was there's all this populist movement that Rob's plugged into, right? And there's all these problems that need to be bulldozed. But then there's also going to be a need to get people informed and motivated to rebuild better institutions. Like if this ed stuff we're talking about today pisses you off, well, we're going to need people who are going to do ed policy, who are going to be building a better education system. Yep. And the only way that happens is if the wave of populism eventually turns into a wave of structure, right? And I was very impressed by the kind of the quality of the chat today. So I actually think, Rob, we're beginning to succeed.
I agree.
This feels good, to be honest.
I agree. I totally agree. I think that, look, it's for better or worse, the judicial branch is going to become more and more important as we go on with politics. It seems clear to me that the legislative branch is basically, unless there's some sort of radical shakeup, there's not going to be much done. It's so divided. So you're going to have a lot of policies by executive branch, which are then going to be played out in court. And that's certainly true of Trump. I think it'll tamper down a little after Trump, but I still think that this is going to be more of the norm. I think that you're going to see a lot of presidents on the left or the right trying to govern via executive order because Congress is less and less important. And as such, you're going to see the courts weighing in a lot more. And so I think that it's something that, like you said, it's lamentable that the conversation on a lot of these legal topics is often very surface level. I'm guilty of this myself as a non-lawyer. You can't really blame non-attorneys. So it's nice to have an attorney sort of break things down. But in addition to that, just the way that these play out, it's the story of the day. Trump lost in court today. And like you said, 2 months later, a higher court says, okay, Trump wins. Real quick, we obviously we should have spent more time on it, but TPS victory.
Oh,
right? Like,
So this is the thing to watch. So if you're somebody who watches legal news, this is not the story of today. This is the story of tomorrow. But Rob and I have covered a number of the temporary protected status programs. So if you remember TPS, this is the program where the administration says something along the lines of, in Haiti or in other countries, Nicaragua, there's some kind of weather event, there's some kind of civil war, something horrible happens, and we want to have people come over and get protected status. So these are people who are not here legally, but we're going to let them stay because there's a disaster in their home, and we're sympathetic. Now, by the way, that's a lovely sentiment. It's a very moral, very Christian thing to do, to extend hospitality to somebody in a time of crisis. The problem is many of these programs are now 25, 30 years old. So people have been here illegal. They would be illegal otherwise they've had generations of children. The children, by the way, get birthright citizenship. So the children are now US citizens, even though the parents were never citizens. And the Trump administration has been trying to end these programs for years. In 2017, in Trump 1, Trump was trying to end these programs, and he got tied up in litigation after litigation after litigation.
It's absolutely
and one of the big criticisms of Trump term 1 is that he basically wasn't legally savvy enough, and he didn't know how to navigate these waters, and he just got tied up in court. Now, the Trump administration is starting to actually unwind these cases, right? They're starting to go away. But the problem, maybe, Rob, I could share screen.
Sure.
If I can just pull this up. Yeah. The problem is a lot of lower courts have been saying that when the Department of Homeland Security, the Attorney General or the Secretary terminates a program, that they have the power to review the termination and say, no, in fact, you were not allowed to terminate. Now, I know you're not a lawyer, Rob, but I'm just going to read this legal language to you and see how it finds you. The Attorney General I missed it. I was too complicated for me. There is no judicial review of any determination of the Attorney General with respect to the designation or termination or extension of a designation of a foreign state under this subsection.
That seems pretty clear, even for a non-attorney. Yeah. When it says no judicial review, it means none. Yeah.
But they keep coming up with really clever systems where they say things like, we're not reviewing the determination. We're reviewing the process by which you reached the determination. We think you didn't think about it enough. You didn't think about the alternatives. The determination is what it is, but the process. So it's a massive end around what I think is a completely clear law that says no judicial review. There's been circuit splits on this. There's been district courts that came out against Trump. There's been appeals that have largely gone Trump's way. But now John Sawyer, the Solicitor General, has applied for a writ of certiorari to the Supreme Court, seeking to consolidate all the TPS cases and get a final determination from the Supreme Court about whether the Trump administration is allowed to terminate the status of these programs. So, first, sneak preview, they are. The law is very, very clear that they are allowed to. This should be a layup win for Trump at the Supreme Court. And once he does, that will terminate the protected status for tens of thousands of people.
I agree with you. Let me ask you this question. I know we're running out of time, but first I'll read the super chat real quick. Grassroots hegemons says all populism sucks, but I love you anyways, Rob. Thank you for the $5 for Ryan. Thank you. I appreciate it. We talk about, and I think me and you have been critical of Trump when we think he oversteps his bounds.
We were critical of him today.
Just today, right? Today. But, and certainly the left is, what do we say about, this isn't like one rogue judge. There are dozens of these judges issuing these rulings that are patently absurd, that end up getting overturned basically at higher courts. We even have the Supreme Court ruling on stuff, and immediately it goes back down to the district judges, and they're just like, nah, we're just going to say, we don't think that applies to us, and just start the same sort of rulings again. As much as it's a threat to sort of the judicial system, if Trump's doing things that's against the law, is there not a threat from judges that are just like, fuck you, we don't care. We're just going to be overtly political?
Well, this is why, everyone has their wedge issue. What's the wedge issue? For me, the wedge issue is judicial appointments. When I realized that, if you check in on Destiny's stream recently, he is overtly, they're not even subtle about it anymore, pack the court and then use the packed court to greenlight Nuremberg-style trials for people who supported Trump, because they know it's unconstitutional and they know they're going to get pardoned. So they know they can't do it unless they have a packed court that makes it legal, right? That's not, to me, that's a wedge issue. It's hard for me to imagine what the right would do that I disagree with that would make me vote for that. Right? Like that's just that in my mind, that's the end of our republic. Like, can you imagine that? They pack the court with 3. Then assume the Republicans somehow managed to win another election. So the Republicans are like, well, that's fair game. We're going to put 12 people on the court to undo your court packing. Then the next time Democrats win, they put 24 people on the court.
Yeah. And by the way, when we put our 12 on, we'll have our Nuremberg trials. And this time, we'll just do executions. That way you can't pardon later. Right? Well, everything, the scale and the timing of everything gets amped up to the point where it's like, well, fuck it. Now we have... Our opponents will take over 4 years from now and put us to the sword. We got to do it first, right?
Well, and then what's the best case scenario? Like, let's assume there's no executions even. Now you've got 900 justices on the Supreme Court. Grassroots Hegemon called one of the spots, so he's one of them. And everybody knows the rule of law is now bullshit. It's a political football. It just changes. Laws and nonsense. It's what, ironically, the left-wing activists always said it was. It's just bullshit Nuremberg trial. Holy shit, that's a segment.
I didn't even think of that. That's great.
Holy shit, that's
who said that? We got to write that down.
Let's come up with something. We should have a
Argok.
We should have a Nuremberg trial special. That's a really good idea.
Just streamers you've been found guilty of stupidity again.
Holy
the Nuremberg trial.
We come up with like a bunch of clips and then we judge them.
That's good.
Dude, I would be so down. That'd be so much fun.
That's fun. We should do that. That's very good.
That's very good.
You're absolutely right.
But the point is, it's fucking insane. And the fact that it's being like talked about in Democratic circles as if it was no big deal, like it's the logical thing they must do. I mean, you should take it seriously because I don't think they're kidding. Like I don't think Destiny's making this shit up. I think he means it, and I think his audience means it.
They certainly do. Like, I just covered this the other day. His moderator, like, Destiny, your Discord community and your Reddit communities has real school shooter vibes. And at least it matriculates out to other fandoms as well. And people suggesting it's time to take up arms and shoot at government agents. It's becoming the norm. These people mean it. They understand that they can toe that line so that they don't get arrested, but they mean what they're saying. And they'll say, oh, I said in Minecraft. Or whatever else. They certainly this, and it's even people that would be against, like Pisco, someone I don't imagine Pisco would be for the violence. He's dead serious about pack the court. I believe Pisco, I could be wrong. His interpretation's like Trump's not even really president, and everything that he does could be hand waved away. Any executive order.
He's a bad faith president.
Yeah, so everything could be just immediately hand waved away, and nothing would count that he did because he's not president. And they mean that shit. And the irony is, it's like, once the glass ceiling was broken on, like, we're going to get FISA warrants to spy on the incoming president's team and to go after him. And then you could see the escalation. It's always, and my side's always playing from behind. My side's always like, oh, you illegally investigated the president? Then we're going to investigate that investigation. Right? We're going to investigate James Comey. We're going to investigate Peter Strzok. To which their response is like, okay, motherfucker, then we're going to give you 37 felony counts for what's tantamount to sort of, campaign finance violation. And we're going to fine you $500 million during an election for misfiling some paperwork on a mortgage application, right? And then when Trump's team gets in, it's like, well, we're going to go after people for mortgage applications. They're like, okay, motherfucker, Nuremberg trials now. Mm-hmm. Now we're going to throw you in prison the rest of your life, right? And it's like, it's always like they are outraged when the other side's like, oh, well, you've set the standard. So now you thought it was okay to get FISA warrants and to spy? Okay, maybe that's something we'll look into whether or not that was legal. And they're like, oh, how could you? How could you? Now we have to update. And the way this ends is one side basically plays for keeps eventually. They're just going to be like, that's it. We're going to make it so unpalatable. We didn't get to the story today, but the story of these Doge kids.
Yeah.
They're hauling them out. And the message is loud and clear. They said it with ICE. They said it with the troops when you had the, quote, seditious six. What they're really trying to say is like, hey, if you work for ICE or you're in the military, we're coming for your ass when Trump loses. If you follow the orders that you were given, we're fucking coming for you. Hey, Doge guys, we're coming for you. You're all going to jail because you enacted policies that we disagreed with. So it went from Ironically, when Trump said they're not after me, they're after you, that's exactly the pattern that it's going. It starts with Trump and Trump's family, then it was Trump's attorneys, then it was Trump's donors, and now it's going to be people that just worked at the executive branches underneath Trump. We're going to go after all of them. And eventually it'll come right down to the person who's just commenting that they like Trump online, just like we see in the United Kingdom.
Well, it reminds me of that line people say about Charlie Kirk, where they say they didn't kill him because he was right-wing, they killed him because he was effective.
Right.
Like, there's areas where Trump has been more and less effective. Judicial appointments, he has been unbelievably effective overall. There's pockets where blue slips, et cetera, you could have some critiques. But if you look at what he's like, the Ninth Circuit used to be all left-leaning judges. It's now 50-50. That's 100% President Trump. And 50-50, by the way, that's actually how it's supposed to be. That's good, right? The Supreme Court picks, I know people like to critique every little thing that every justice does if they disagree with it politically, but his picks have been unbelievably good.
Yeah, compare them to Roberts if you're a right winger. Roberts sucks.
Even if you're, or just look at the court now. Look at the court now, and then look at the court in the prior era when Obergefell was decided, right? And really think about how different the court is. The court right now is it's the bulwark of our constitutional republic. It's the thing that's holding the whole thing together right now. And that's all because he appointed wonderful justices, even if you disagree with them from time to time, when it was very hard to do so. The Kavanaugh appointment, that was no picnic. That was a tough one, right?
That's when you talk about radicalizing moments, there are those. Certainly you mentioned Rittenhouse as one. The Kavanaugh hearings for me, that if you remember, that came within a time frame, within a year of the Covington Catholic kids. And I just remember I just started really streaming. I was blown away. I couldn't believe it. And I'd never heard the term borking. And so when I went back and I looked at that and then looked at Clarence Thomas and it's what a scummy, shitty thing that's just become the norm in our politics now when it comes to the Supreme Court, where it's we're going to put these people through hell in the most absurd accusations. My goodness, as an attorney, wouldn't you're a family man, you have kids, right? Wouldn't you have to think twice if you got nominated by a Republican to be in the court, because they're going to tear your life apart? And it doesn't matter if it's true. You could be I don't have anything to hide. That's irrelevant. That's not going to matter,
Well, and this is the thing, right? It's God, I can't imagine anybody doesn't have some embarrassing story of some shit they did in high school. This is the thing. There used to be a little dignity to the process where it's we're not going to dig out accusations about stuff you may or may not have done when you're in high school that's well beyond the statute of limitations. There's no evidence one way or the other, and it's always going to just be a he said, she said. That's good. It's just meant to tar your reputation, because there's no way we could prove it. And we know we can't prove it. That's not the point. We don't have to prove it. We just have to make you suffer for what you're doing. And then when an assassin tries to kill Justice Kavanaugh, that almost under the radar, barely talked about.
They leaked that decision? That's so out of the norm, right? That would have, 20 years ago, if there was a major decision that got leaked like that, there would have been some serious house cleaning. With clerks and stuff. It's just, no one was ever held accountable. By the way, shout out to your mod, Zero Fuchs. I saw you had a thread the other day that was actually very interesting on this topic, and about how it used to be the norm that it basically judges at all level. It was almost unanimous. It was just literally, are you qualified? Okay. It wasn't, we need to know every single issue you have and what you'll vote on it. It was just, do you meet this sort of qualifications that we trust you're, scholarly enough to be a judge or, an attorney or whatever. And now it's it's grotesque, that it's so partisan. It's literally your qualifications are secondary to, do you just got enough people that partisanly will support or deny you? That's it.
Well, the left did that, by the way, because they wanted judges who believed in substantive due process, who would invent new constitutional rights. But here's the thing: there's an amendment process to the Constitution. It's very political. You have to get a lot of votes. You have to ratify it. You got to get supermajorities. But if you can just amend the Constitution by appointing Supreme Court justices, well, now that's a very political process. You've made the process political. So then, of course, the process became political, but it didn't become political by accident. It became political because people were trying to amend the Constitution through judicial appointments.
Right.
So now it's like, and then it's one of these classic situations where, you know, a bad policy, a bad outcome is created by the left, and then the left is complaining about the mess that was left behind. You know, it's like one of the ones I was talking about. I was stunned with, you know, I grew up my whole life and I thought that the American insurance industry, your employer insurance, was the creation of evil capitalists who were twisting their mustaches and being like, ha ha ha, we're going to screw over the American worker and get your money, capitalism. No, FDR intervened in the market. FDR made wage hikes illegal during World War II because to combat inflation. So employers started giving insurance as a way to get around the wage hike. IRS said it's not taxable, and that birthed an industry.
Right.
So the thing the leftists complain about, oh my God, employer-sponsored healthcare, we should have universal healthcare insurance. Well, that's actually the mess that was created by the left, the last leftist market intervention. So you did one market intervention that fucked up the whole system forever, and now because the system's fucked up, you want communism. But it's like, you broke it.
That's in a nutshell. That's what the globalist agenda is, as far as I'm concerned, the big government agenda. They create a problem and then they say, well, that's a real problem. Now you got to come to us for the solution, right? Yeah. We'll lock you down during COVID. Oh, fuck, you guys are all broke now? Well, we'll pass a big spending bill. We'll print a bunch of money and send you the money. Oh, shit, inflation? Well, you got to come to us for more government intervention. It's like, at some point, can't we say, like, hey, you guys are causing more problems than you're solving? Like, why don't we listen to someone else?
But
like,
Rob,
maybe...
And Rob, surely the solution is more government.
Yes.
Surely, right? Like,
my personal favorite, though, is, and it's not just government. I saw someone, I have to bring it up. I saw a comment today. The switch from, there's too many people on the planet, stop having babies, to, we don't have enough people here, so we have to mass import people from the third world, is truly one of the most insidious fucking we dropped the ball on that one. Whoopsie daisy. But
yeah.
It was I thought the audience was on fire today.
They were on fire.
It was a great show.
And Zero Fucks, by the way, I saw in chat.
Zero Fuchs.
Zero Fuchs. Yeah, let's make him French. Zero Fuchs.
Yeah.
Zero Fuchs. He said he had some clip for the Nuremberg trials.
Oh,
so maybe ping us, Zero Fucks. We can
we'll put you on task. You could just, like, once a show, just clip some streamer and we'll make it like a 5-minute segment. We'll try to keep the clip like a minute or two, then we'll watch it, and then we'll give our Nuremberg thing.
I am so into this segment.
That's a great idea.
Black Elk, when you're watching this, you have to make a graphic.
Yes.
Yeah,
because as you can see, this was a collaborative effort between Ryan and me.
This is our level of skill.
This is
what we got.
That's it. That's the best we got. So now, once my new computer gets here, I could do just a little more. But the only this is not the premise of the show, but I use OBS for a virtual camera to then stream to StreamYard. For me, there's a record video feature on OBS. So I learned OBS is the only program I know. So let's say that I want to do a picture with audio behind it. Mm-hmm. The way I do that is literally put the picture up on OBS on the screen, and then go to an audio file, click play, and then hit record real fast. But for some reason, my record video button doesn't work on my OBS anymore. And I've tried everything, reinstalling it, something to do with drivers. So now all of my neat little, things I do, here, let me show you real quick.
But by the way, audience, you know what this.
Oh, what happened?
See how he silenced me?
Yes.
He knew what I was going to say. He knew this is his excuse for not doing the whip song. He's telling you that he can't play the audio, and he's putting me backstage to keep you from hearing the news. This is all about this is anti-whip propaganda.
Look, this was one of my great creations. You ready?
Tariff.
Oh, amazing. See, but now that I only know how to do that through OBS. So I eventually, because right now, for our little graphic and our theme song, I literally just put the graphic up, then play the song, as opposed to having a video of the graphic with the song. I don't have that because I can't figure it out on my computer because I'm an idiot. I'm a professional streamer.
Yeah.
But
Hey man, look, you can be a streamer and a Luddite. That's what StreamYards is for. That's what it's for.
all right. Well, what do you have coming up? Now I know we'll talk. I'll talk to you behind the scenes too about the schedule of the show. As of right now, we're still every other Monday.
Yeah.
And then we might ramp that up as things get going. Maybe as we get closer to sort of election season, it'll make sense to ramp it up a little. But as of right now, we still plan on. So we'll be back 2 Mondays from now. What do you have going on between now and then? Any debates lined up? Shows that you have?
Definitely open to expanding that. I've been streaming a lot recently, so I need a few days off to do actual work. But on Friday is Laid Back Law. So I'll be doing laid back law, one of those on Friday coming up. I still
who's that with? That's with Sean and
it's a rotating cast.
Okay,
So Eric Hunley and Nate the lawyer run it, and they have kind of a bunch of people who jump on, and they've been very generous with me and my community. So I try to support whenever I can. Very, very cool show. Definitely worth watching. I don't stream it to my channel just because
right.
There's the way the show's run. It's better for me not to co-stream that. So I just post the videos afterwards. And if you didn't see it and you want to see me cook Whick in a debate, it's up on my channel. I'm going to be putting out it's as a VOD right now, but I'm going to be putting out more curated content in the near future. The real joy about watching it on my channel, and please do, is that Whick has 10 times my subscribers. But currently, my video has the same number of views and more likes. So if we can keep that trend going, if we can get the algorithm to make
how long was the debate?
We debated for 2 hours, and then there was a fucking the tarred open panel that followed, which was actually they were pretty much they were mostly well behaved this time.
I won't for reasons, but I would be interested to cover that debate. I'll watch it for sure, but it's the type of thing that I would like to cover and analyze, but maybe best to not do that for now. But I know that it's going to be good. We talked a little about what the debate was about. Yeah, I think people make a mistake, like when they get into legal questions with you. I think even, I'm not saying you're always going to win, but I think you can't utilize the same sort of tactics performatively, like when you're talking about these legal topics, as you can with like more political topics. And so this particular topic about whether or not we should follow international law, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
it's not like should this case be overruled. That's even more of a like in your wheelhouse, I think. But I think it would be interesting to watch. So
yeah, I mean, it was a good debate, and I don't want to sell it like Whick and I were like at each other's throats. I actually think I don't think he defended the prompt. So a discussion broke out because once I won the debate, let's just talk about some other stuff. But it was a good one and worth watching. And then I'm not positioned to give the details yet, but Andrew and I are working on something. So
let me ask you
that's
this.
cooking, but I don't have the details yet to share.
Zero Fuchs, he, I believe, is a moderator over on Sitch and Adams show. Would you ever do their show?
I did it once, and
did you?
Zero Fuchs. Let's hook that up again because their audience loves me.
Yeah,
their audience loves me. So
I think you're more in line with their audience than I am. Like, because you're more like you're centrist conservative, I would say, right? Mm-hmm. Where I'm more radical, nutty conservative. So I think they would like you, but I think that would be a good show for you. But yeah, I'm glad to hear it, man. Well, I will definitely.
Who's this stranger?
Debates on horseradish too would be a good spot to go for you because that's time debates where there's more logic and it's more in your wheelhouse. Good spot to go too, right?
Horseradish?
Yeah, he does. He's a middle. He's a lower end guy, but he's got a lot of lefties, right? So a lot of our right guys are starting to go over there, but it's not blood sport over there. He does timer, like 2 minute timer, 2 minute timer, 2 minute. So it might be a little bit better in your wheelhouse because it gives you time to really set up your arguments with your law.
Okay. That's the second time that's been recommended to me, so I appreciate that.
I thought he literally meant just debate on like whether or not horseradish is good.
Rob,
I myself like horseradish.
Well, I'll take the negative. Horseradish is bullshit and you're
Oh,
an asshole.
it's on. It's on.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan, always a pleasure. I got the link out there to your channel. So please, if you're watching on my end, go sub. As for me, I'm going to keep streaming after this. I don't have, this Thursday, I have a no prep debate over on Speakeasy's channel that I'll be streaming on my channel as well. And then Saturday is the first annual Wade Buggs Whipstravaganza, where it's going to be the worst stream in the world, where I'm going to play reduced priced AI songs about a Lord of the Rings hit song. Yeah, so that's the thing. But yeah, I think that it's like both of our lives streaming wise, it's gonna get crazy here like 3-4 months from now. Once we start to get really into like political season, it's gonna be crazy. You know, so it'll be interesting to see what happens. So I always forget, we'll probably end up not talking about the Doge thing or the TPS as much, but we should. Those are good topics. But this is how the show goes. So
I'm sure in 2 weeks there'll be no new legal news, and we'll have a chill show where we just sit and chit chat.
We'll be at war with Martians or some shit. It's like now I know your feelings on international law, but what about intergalactic law?
Yeah.
Like what's your feelings on that?
Ryan, you said you were hawkish, but are you really pro invading Jupiter? Like is that a position you're
tired of these fucking Jupitonians? We're tired of their asses.
Yeah, so, trying to undermine our economy. We got to go get their asteroids.
All right. Well, we will see you later. And it's always a pleasure. So everybody go check out Ryan's show, and we'll see you in 2 weeks, man.
Good to see you, Rob. Take it easy. Bye.
All right. Now I got to remove his show. It's so weird the way StreamYards works. It's actually convenient, but I got to remove his... because we're sharing the StreamYard right now, basically. So I want to make sure I remove it so that he could go do his own thing. Now we're transitioning into the Normal American Show. That's Law and Order. Hey, everyone, welcome to the Normal American Show. I'm going to go to the restroom. Welcome to Normal American Show. Host Rob Noerrder. Now, here's the thing. Because I use StreamYard, I would just end the show and then start a new one, but it won't let me stream to Rumble then. I can only have one show on the line for Rumble. So you get what you get. Here it is. So we've transitioned. I don't suck. Bastard. That's right. I did screw Chair out of his screen time. People are tuning in more to see Chair than me, so it is what it is. We got a show for you tonight. Is it a good show? You'll have to stay tuned to find out. Look, we're starting $20 in the red after Law and Order. Can't beat that, baby. Look at that. So we only have to do a measly $337 tonight. That's nothing. Tucker and Truckers, baby. Actually, we're not going to talk about Tucker much. I do have a story, speaking of that story about JAG, military attorneys. I have a story referencing that's shocking. I read this story. I couldn't believe it. So we're going to dive a little deep into that about some boats being burned down during BLM. Good stuff. We'll talk about that and some other things. I do have some trucker news that I want to talk about. But first off, how was your day? My day was very good. Got to do Law and Order. That's always a pleasure. What else did I have going on today? My wife went to get her nails done, so me and the son, we were on lunch duty. We had to make lunch, and he helped me make hot dogs, baby! The kid could eat pizza or hot dogs every day, I swear. So, it was a good day, man. Dude day. Watching hot dogs, just walking around in our shorts, no shirts on. Watching videos about sea monsters. It was alright. I can't complain, man. It's good to be a dad. I recommend it. I think it's a lot of fun. Well, that's pretty much it. If you missed it last night, my new Sunday series titled I'm Speaking Now was a hit. So tune in this Sunday for the next dramatic reading of this book that I found at Ollie's for $3. I'm Speaking Now. Black women share their truth in 101 stories of love, courage, and happiness. Best $3 I've ever spent. My goodness. Truly amazing. The Brian Shapiro hat's here, but we're not putting it on tonight. Oh, geez. Yeah, there. Yeah. Every Sunday, yeah. Lazy Sunday. Did I miss any super chats? That one dude was giving me the business. Look at this guy. Sorry. It's hard. It shows up a little different in my end when they're on Ryan's channel as well. I try to get to them all. Vortome, $10 says, Jupiter, this planet was promised to us 3,000 Earth rotations ago. Oy vey. Yeah. Bat Fricker, $2 says, I went to see TMNT. Take that, suckers. Wow. I didn't even know there was a new Ninja Turtles movie out. Pretty cool. Also, I find it hard to believe that my super chat goal is only $20. Doesn't make sense. Whatever. We will proceed. Someone send in $50 and we'll see if it moves up or not. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, let me first address the furry in the room over there on Ryan's channel that will no longer be part of my show or audience or by Discord. This owlishness character. Sorry that I hurt they them's feelings, but it's interesting that they go from all of this bullshit on my channel to then on the YouTube channel to then the Discord and complaining. Now, I don't even give a shit to relitigate this specific issue, but it's the behavior that I want to talk about. And what the behavior is I'm sick and fucking tired of people saying shit and then not being willing to wanting to backtrack once they're made an asshole of. Now imagine calling into a show and basically talking about how the streamer you like that told people to break the law against ICE because you ethically have to do it as an American or a Christian. You have to break the law and go to jail. And then you're like, yeah, and they're tyrannical, and the Constitution says that we should get guns and fight them. Are they tyrannical now? Yes. And then, of course, being unwilling to just say the actual line, just like a syllogism. If a government's tyrannical, we should shoot them. Second, the government is tyrannical. So then conclusion, I won't say that. I won't say that. And then being like, I don't understand. I didn't say what the exact word. I didn't say that. I don't understand why I would get banned. I don't understand. Go fuck yourself. Take your radical bullshittery to some other left-wing fucking channel where you guys sit around and have your fucking little dreams about how you're gonna be violent revolutionaries while you just sit in your fucking couch and do nothing. By the way, I sit in my couch and do nothing, but at least I don't have any misconceptions about being some amazing revolutionary like you fucking idiots. Or in the words of Whick, well, the reason I can't go protest in Minneapolis right now is it's cold. Got it. Right. So I understand the need to try to rewrite history. I didn't say those exact words. Or let me put it another way. I already have the graphic for this. Why am I beating around the bush? It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending to not understand things, thus making discourse impossible. I didn't say those exact words. I didn't say that exact word. So, they're just so worthless, so over it. Always the moral superiority, the calls for violence, this, that, and the other. Look, you can say a lot about me. You can say that I have radical opinions. I do. I talked about disbanding the FBI. I'd still disband the FBI in a heartbeat if I could. I absolutely think people like James Comey should be investigated and charged with crimes. Yes. But you'll be hard-pressed. I do want mass deportations. You'll be hard-pressed, though, for me to find me calling for people in my community to commit acts of violence or celebrating acts of violence. But Rob, isn't every time the government locks someone up technically an act of violence? Isn't that not? You know what I'm talking about. Why is this not working? Let me try refreshing it. It's not a big deal, but it bugs me. We'll just start it over and see what happens. Well, this has a different number. What the hell's going on? Let's try this. That work? Well, whatever. I got to find a way to. Let's try this. Well, I don't know what happened with my little overlay thing. All right. You guys are going to make me fix it, aren't you? All right. Let's see what I can do. Meanwhile, I'll try to fix this. Let me play a little video for you. Technical issue here with the dono bar. It's not really important, but it sort of is. So, let's see. Let's do. I'll play a video while I try to fix this. We will do. Here's Destiny's mod the other day. We'll play some of this. We were just talking about the sort of violence from his community the other day. His mod spoke up to Destiny. Here is when that same mod called into my channel. So I'll fix this. We'll play some of this. Of course, this is what people like Destiny, and now I assume you. I was being tongue-in-cheek because you were saying, I think you're evil, blah, blah, blah. But now I do believe this, seeing as how you're a moderator from Destiny. You actually want this violence. This is what you want because it helps achieve the political goals that you want. How childish does it have to be to want a policy enacted, but not do it because you don't like the language that someone's using?
Are you talking about with regards to Trump's immigration policy?
Correct. Yes. That's your argument,
Okay.
that they don't like his language.
No,
You said it was adversarial language.
it's not.
I
it's
said
not just,
rude. You said not rude. Adversarial. Oh, okay.
No, he's taking adversarial language and using adversarial actions to do so. Okay, so what he's doing is he's calling these states enemy. Can I get you to just right now? You don't think that blue states are advocating for domestic terrorism on a whole, right? You think it would be wrong to say that the state of Minnesota is advocating for domestic terrorism?
No, I think they probably are. I think that leadership is clearly implying that they see. Do you think the state of Minnesota and the leaders see the violent actions and altercations against ICE?
Yes.
Have they called it out?
Yes.
Really? Show me. Also, I see them saying, we're continually proud. Keep going.
Have
Did
you
any of them
watched any of Tim Wall's speeches or Jacob Frey's speeches?
He'll say, yeah, we need to keep doing peaceful. So you might say something.
No. They say more than that. They say not to be violent. Okay. They say that violence is not the answer, and that is actually what the Trump administration wants people to do. They actively advocate against the violence.
So
Rob. You admit that, right?
He said, yesterday we saw violence. We saw an ICE agent get their finger bitten off. The day before that, we saw them setting up these zones. What are they doing? This is violence. Stop that. Has he ever said that? Or has he said things like, I see that it's been peaceful protest and don't give in to violence? Now, if they saw the violence, as you admitted, and they're not specifically calling out the violence, and instead they're saying, we like what we're seeing, continue to be peaceful. Do you think the implication is they're okay with what's going on? If not, why aren't they specifically
Rob,
calling it out?
you are saying, like, I don't want to get into this because you go down rabbit holes that I've seen that I do not want to be a part of. But you understand that what you're saying is the same thing as Trump saying continue to be peaceful during January 6th, right?
What did you guys call that?
Did I call what out?
What did the left say about that?
Well, seeing as how people weren't being peaceful on a whole on January 6th, and when people were actively breaking into the Capitol, it's a bit different. Right?
Oh, it's different. So when we see one violent day,
let me ask you this, Rob. Let me ask you this.
So let me finish.
Go ahead.
So when we see one violent day as opposed to dozens and dozens of violent days,
yes, the 2020 riots were terrible.
Not just that. Now we see it again. We don't even have to go back to 2020. We see what your party's doing right now. Can you show me Can you show me one prominent Democrat in Minnesota that called out Walls, Fry, anyone, lefties entering a church and harassing people, including children? Anyone call that out?
I've already told you, and this is not me trying to do a cop-out. On mobile, you cannot close StreamYard in the browser without exiting the call. So I actually can't look up anything and provide anything to you. I don't think so. Hold on. I don't really think that church thing was that big of a deal. Like, if you want to just argue on that.
Of course you don't. Of course.
What was the reason that they went into the church?
Because they're psychopaths that want to intimidate people.
No, Rob, what was the reason that they went into the church?
Because they're psychopaths that want to intimidate people.
Who are they trying? Okay, if you think they were trying to intimidate people, who are they trying to intimidate?
All the people that were at the church.
No, that's not true, right? It's actually that the pastor is allegedly an ICE agent, and so they went to go protest the church, right? That's what the actual thing was. You can say that they intimidate. Hold on. You can say that they intimidated people at the church, and I would agree with you that probably there were people at that church that were intimidated. But do not say that they just went into a church to just advocate for intimidation of people at just some random church. You understand that the reason is because the pastor is allegedly an ICE agent. You would say that is markedly different than just going into a church and screaming at people, right? That's way different. Why is that not different?
Their intent of who they thought the people were was irrelevant. The intent was to intimidate them, as I said. You saying, oh, it's more excusable because they may or may not have, or because they maybe correctly or falsely believed that the pastor was an ICE agent doesn't change that the purpose was to intimidate. I could prove it. If it wasn't, then why didn't they confront this man outside the church?
Probably because they knew that he was going to be there at the church, and
then wait until he walks out and confront him. Why yell at children? You want to hear the affidavit, some of the stuff they said? You want to see? I bring it up if you like.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. And then
Rob, hold on. We can just cut through this. Do you think that I'm going to advocate and be okay with people saying shit to kids?
What's it matter? You seem to imply that clearly wasn't the intent. This was just a noble pursuit of going in because
because you said that they went into a church, and I asked you why, and you said to intimidate the people that were there. That was not the intent.
Let's read some of this. Additionally, when agitators began shouting, all the parishioners could hear was shoot. Victim 4 informed agents that members of their parish attempted to retrieve their children from the childcare area located downstairs, but the agitators were blocking the stairs, and the parents were unable to get to their children. Victim 4 recalled one agitator was threatening, aggressive, intimidating towards parishioners. Additionally, this agitator was screaming and getting in people's faces, including women and children. The agitator continued to scream in the faces of young children while they were crying. On January 9th, 2026, Homeland Security Investigations Federal Bureau of Church, let's see,
What? Just read the rest of that. What was the rest of that?
Okay, well, it's 7 pages. I'll read it all. On January 19th,
what was just the rest of that sentence?
No problem.
What was the rest of that sentence? Come on, you stopped in the middle of a sentence. I just want to get to the end of that. I stopped in the middle
of the sentence because it was going about the dates and everything, but fine.
Okay. No, go ahead and move on.
You're absolutely right. I'll read all of it. No problem. So here we
go. No, because Rob, what it sounded like was that you had saw something. I trust you. I trust you, Rob. Just go ahead.
It's my show. We'll bring it up. You're right. It was bad form. We should read this all. On January 19th,
Rob, come on. We don't need to read a 7-page thing.
On January 19th,
I already told you that I condemn people doing that. What's wrong,
If you would like
Rob?
to leave, you can. I'm interested.
Go ahead.
Remember, it's worth reading this too because you said it's not a big deal, right? That's what you said. So keeping people from getting their children yelling and screaming in children's face, not a big deal, correct?
I didn't say that, Rob.
You said
I said that the protesting at a church isn't a big deal.
No. But we weren't talking about a hypothetical. We were talking about this specific event. You said this event wasn't that big of a deal. That's what you said. Right?
I might have said that actually.
Okay, let's keep reading then.
Hold on. No.
Please.
No, go ahead.
Let's keep reading. January 19, 2026, Homeland Security Investigations Federal Bureau of Investigation Special Agents interviewed Victim 6 regarding the incident that took place at City Search in January 18, 2026. I've learned the following from the report of the interview. Victim 6 was joined by his wife, Victim 2 and their children. Victim 6 recalled an African-American woman yelling, excuse me, Pastor, do you know you're harboring ICE? Victim 1. Victim 6 recalls protesters everywhere in the aisles chanting, Victim 1 out. Victim 6 thought himself that this is what it felt like to be in a mass shooting. Victim 6 described the events as surreal and could not believe what was happening. He recalled that people were shouting, running, children crying, as well as people singing and praying. Victim 6 recalled Kelly screaming, Nazi, in people's faces. In addition to confirming the children saying, do you know your parents are Nazis? They're going to burn in hell. Victim 6 was scared that the agitators were not going to let people leave and they were going to harm Victim 1's families for harboring Victim 1. Victim 6 later stated protesters followed and surrounded them in their car and would not let them leave. Victim 6 informed agents of their face on the city's church website and they're afraid people will try to come to their house at night. They recalled the child stating to them, Daddy, I thought you were going to die. The end of the interview acknowledged his children were traumatized. Let's see, what else? They entered City's church with the camera recording a live broadcast. Based on the review of the video, it appears the parishioners are confused and shocked by the agitators' conduct. Again, based on the video, agitators could be yelling ICE out and blowing whistles. Based on my training and experience, anti-ICE agitators use whistles to disrupt ICE operations and notify others. During the blank broadcast, Armstrong and Allen are observed yelling ICE out. Kelly can also be heard, this ain't God's house. This is the house of the devil. Based on my review of Kelly's numerous social media posts, I recognize Kelly's voice in the radio video saying these words. Blank could be heard observing a winter-style jacket and hood over his head, what appears to conceal his identity. Several other agitators and parishioners wearing winter-style jackets. During his live stream, Blank explained that Operation Pull-Up learned that one of the pastors is a member of ICE. During his broadcast, he tells users that they're chronicling and reporting. We're not taking part in the activities, we're just reporting. Blank is observed in agitator chants, yelling and raising his hand, stating, I'm looking for a young man who's in the corner. Let's see. Victim 4 noted that after the protests began, approximately 50 members of the congregation were stuck towards the front of the church. Victim 4 informed that agents, the aisles are narrow. To begin with, agitators occupied the center of the aisle and made it nearly impossible for parishioners to leave. According to SPD and aided dispatch, victim 2 broke her arm exiting through the city's church office door while proceeding towards Saratoga Street. When victim 2 came out and the door was running, she slipped and broke her arm. I believe this was documented in the broadcast described above. Per the report, victim 2 advised SPD they were terrorized. Our children were weeping. College student young men were sobbing. It was impactful and will take time to work through. No big deal though, right?
That sounds pretty bad, Rob. What else do you want me to say?
You said it was no big deal.
Yeah, I haven't read that report. That sounds bad.
Now, it's interesting. You apparently follow politics. You're a moderator of a subreddit of someone who talks about politics a lot. Interesting. Do you think he covered that?
The church thing?
Yeah. Do you think he covered that report and the extent of it?
I don't think that he did.
Did you hear Tim Walz or Mayor Fry or any of them talking about how serious this was and condemning it?
That specific incident, I don't know if they actually said anything about it now.
It's interesting. Well, anyways, yeah, you're right.
Do you think that in general, hold on. Do you think that that would be like a violent protest?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you think that when people say like don't do violence, that they might be including things like that? Do you think that Tim Walz, when he says don't do violence, that's what they want you to do? Do you think he was saying that because he wanted somebody to bite an ICE agent's finger off the other day?
I think the precedent has been set with January 6th and the people that said Trump saying things like fight like hell meant go be violent. Then when people say it's time to go to war with ICE, they are Nazis, we like what's occurring, we need to keep in their faces, that the implication is that they are actually calling for violence if they're not specifically calling it out. In addition, we've seen prominent Democrats such as AOC suggest deploying the National Guard, implying that they should fight ICE. So yes, I do think that it's fair to say that based on the standard that's been set up by January 6th and what Democrats, including your host, think about Trump, this certainly would meet that criteria.
That people are advocating for violence?
If Trump was, they are.
Okay.
Trump said be peaceful.
Can we go back to what your line is on ICE? Because I'll tell you right now, I condemn all of that stuff. I think that's all bad. Well, then I'm just asking. So I'm not going to watch your entire stream for the last couple of days, Rob, when I can just ask you a question. Do you think that the Preddy shooting was justified?
Didn't I answer this to you already?
No, you didn't actually. Because when I asked that question, I then said that I'll jump into the chat, and then you didn't say anything. You said you gave me the StreamYard link, and then you didn't answer it, and you went to super chats.
I think that it's difficult to say. The most likely scenario is there was a negligent discharge. This would be unfortunate, but if the officers heard the gun deployed after yelling gun, they would be justified in the shooting to that extent. However, this would clearly be something that was negligent because of the negligent discharge, and so therefore it wouldn't be justified in that sense. Would it rise to the level of criminality? I'm not so sure. I predict that it would probably lead to some sort of civil hearing. The other option is there wasn't a negligent discharge, but during the scrum, they heard gun, were unaware that the person was disarmed, and saw him struggling and thought that he could be reaching. This would be less good as the first example. Let me finish. You wanted to know my opinion. This would be less as clear cut as the first example, but still could still be made some case of possible negligence. Wouldn't rise to the level of premeditated murder or anything to that degree. Either way, I think it's a bad situation that is made intentional by people like you and the person that you support, Destiny, who's encouraging people to go violently confront and obstruct these ICE officers, which means over enough time, it means that these sort of situations will be inevitable. Of course, this is what people like Destiny, and now I assume you, I was being tongue-in-cheek because you were saying, I think you're evil, blah, blah, blah. But now I do believe this, seeing as how you're a moderator for Destiny. You actually want this violence. This is what you want because it helps achieve the political goals that you want. And it's going to continue to happen because of you and people like Destiny.
I actually don't want that, Rob.
then stop working for a moderator that's making it likely to occur, or for a streamer that's making it likely to occur.
I think that the actions of ICE are probably more likely to make something occur than Destiny to make something occur. If I'm being honest with you, I think that that's probably the case.
Well, that might be true, right? Except what we need to take into account is that it's not just Destiny, it's people like him that are encouraging others to get in the face of ICE officers. All right, I think we got her fixed. Now, I wanted to play that anyways, so I just left it go because that was the moderator you saw that was telling Destiny, look, I think your community is getting too radical. Now, of course, notice how this works, right? Imagine that if every day, for example, during a Democrat administration, that Republicans were like, these Democrat administration are a bunch of Nazis, get in their face, stop them, chase them with cars, box them in, obstruct, do whatever you can to free. Imagine that occurred over and over again. Inevitably, the Democrats would say, yeah, there's going to be a violent altercation. After enough violent altercations, there's going to be times where it's either tragic, but the officers were within the bounds of legally what they're allowed to do, or they may go outside of those bounds. But it's made inevitable. We can see this from, remember the signal chats that we saw in Minneapolis? And all these Antifa people on those signal chats were talking about the need to go and create, quote, flashpoints, where these sorts of altercations could become necessary. And it's predictable. That's what happens. You obstruct ICE over and 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 over. And then Renee Good happens and they go, see, we were right to obstruct them. See, we were right. They're murderers. See, Renee Good. You mean that woman that drove her car at the cop? Yeah, that's a murder. And now listen to them. Even the Alex Preddy shooting, to just call it cold-blooded murder is nonsensical. But that one's definitely more questionable than the Renee Good one. They don't care. They're like, there were 2 murders. You heard it at the Oscars last night. 2 murders. 2 murders. ICE murdered 2 people in Minneapolis. They just repeat that mantra over and over. And then these people play stupid. ICE is so terrible. Oh my goodness. Not one of them. The same people saying that are like, oh my God. Ashley Babbitt was murdered by security on January 6th by Capitol Police. Not one. They're like, well, what do you expect? The truth is we can see the intentional obstruction. And what we saw by almost every Democrat was saying, what's going on is good. Yes, keep the pressure on. The ICE are Nazis. Trump's a Nazi. These are violent. We must keep ICE off of our streets. Oh, and by the way, don't be violent. Remember, we have video now of the week before Alex Preddy got shot and killed of him attacking law enforcement again while armed. It's inevitable that this was going to happen. That doesn't mean that if the ICE officers broke the law, they shouldn't be held accountable. But people like Destiny want someone to die like this. Then they get to be a martyr for their situation. So there was a larger context to the conversation that I had with Destiny's Mod there, but it was interesting because we covered sort of Destiny's Mod talking to Destiny like, look, this community is getting out of hand and unhinged violent. Maybe he listened to me and started to think about the repercussions of what's being said over there. Now, I got the super chat thing fixed, I think. We'll have to see when the next one comes in. Bat Fricker, member of 13 months, says, once saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle 2, the one from the 90s. Oh, Secret of the Ooze. I remember. James, $5. Thanks. Says Donald Barcheck, thank you. And Naughty Germ for $5. Thank you so much. Sorry about the replaying the video. I had to reset my whole OBS is what happened. So I got it taken care of. Shit. So I want to talk about this story here that's referencing JAG. I could not believe this story. It is amazing to me. The Kyle ran him out. Thanks so much for the $2. Checks out. The test will only work if someone gives 100. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. It's amazing to me how many times you see these crazy stories that you're like, how is this not one of the biggest stories in the history of the country? And then you're like, oh, because the identity of the person that did this is an oppressed person. They're beneficial to the Democratic Party. So the Democratic media doesn't cover it. See how Ryan brought it up? The two Muslims that threw the explosive at Jake Lang, and almost the entire media was like, well, I mean, it is surreal. This past week's been insane. Guy tries to shoot up a fucking synagogue. Children at a synagogue. I don't give a shit what you think about Israel, okay? Take a step back. Tried to kill fucking children at a religious school. And the entire media is like, oh, he was just, he liked his children. And it was tragic. He had family in Lebanon, and it's so tragic. Fuck you. Jet, thanks for the $2. So it's not surprising when you see stories like the one I'm about to show you. I don't know. I'm someone who heavily covered Black Lives Matter, politics, etc. of the time, and I missed this, as far as I know, completely. Now, I don't even have access to the article. Maybe I do. Wait. No, I don't. Just this guy on X that's posting. So here we go. He says, let me tell you a story about the Navy. The $1.2 billion U.S. Bonhomme Richard was destroyed by a fire in 2020 while it sat in San Diego Bay. The Navy blamed it on a white kid who was frustrated at the Navy's incompetence, bureaucracy, and sclerosis, and tried to put him away for life. Naval Base San Diego. A sailor charged with intentionally setting one of the worst non-combatant fires in U.S. Navy history, which destroyed the $1.2 billion USS Bonhomme Richard in San Diego Bay, was found not guilty on all counts Friday by a Navy judge. Now, a destruction of a $1.2 billion ship. How was this? I don't give a fuck who did it. I don't care if it was the Chinese, if it was a Black Lives Matter guy, if it was a Trump supporter, if it was a janitor that spilled some fucking solution that caught on fire. How is that not a huge story? I believe this is the first naval destroyer destroyed since, like, or massively damaged since, like, World War II? Seaman recruit Ryan, don't laugh at Seaman. Seaman recruit Ryan Sawyer Mays, 21, who had been facing life in prison if convicted on charges of aggravated arson and willful hazarding of a vessel, wept with his head on the defense team's table after hearing the verdict. Then, dressed in a crisp white uniform, he pushed through the crowded courtroom to embrace his wife and his parents. His father held him tight and said, "I never had a doubt." The 9-day trial took place a short walk from the pier, which there was immense amphibious assault ship burned for more than 4 days in 2020. Navy prosecutors, and this is the combination or the connection to JAG. So it was JAG attorneys that arrested him. Navy prosecutors portrayed Seaman Mays as a disgruntled young failure who had hoped to become a Navy SEAL, but dropped out of the notoriously punishing selection course and was reassigned to mop floors and scrape paint below the decks on the Bonhomme Richard. He was so embittered, they argued, that he set the ship on fire. Going into the trial, it was clear the prosecution faced challenges. In a preliminary hearing in December, a Navy judge recommended against taking the case forward, saying the lack of evidence made a conviction unlikely. Even so, the commander with convening authority over the case, Vice Admiral Stephen T. Kohler, decided to proceed. The Bonhomme Richard, commissioned in 98, had 14 cavernous decks designed to carry aircraft, armored vehicles, and nearly 2,000 Marines into combat. It was in the midst of a 2-year, $250 million renovation when a young sailor standing watch on July 12, 2020, spotted smoke coming from the lower vehicle deck. The fire spread quickly, devouring a clutter of cardboard batteries, hand sanitizer, and construction equipment packed into the vehicle deck. With the ship not fully functional, the crew failed to put out the flames. Nearly all of the 807 fire extinguishers on board were out of order, and the sprinkler system did not work. 2 hours passed before civilian firefighters could put any water on the fire, and by then it was too late. The fire burned the ship to a blackened hulk of scrap. $1.4 billion! Last year, the Navy issued a scathing report detailing a cascade of mistakes and neglect that set the stage for the catastrophe and formally punished 28 people, including top commanders of the ship and the admiral who was in charge of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. In the weeks after the fire, Naval Criminal Investigative Service agents zeroed in on Seaman Mays, after one young sailor who had been on watch said he saw a person wearing a mask and coveralls carrying a bucket to the deck when the fire started. On the stand, though, the sailor admitted that his account had evolved under pressure from law enforcement. Initially, he said he was unable to recognize the person who walked past. Later, he agreed that the person might be Seaman Mays, and eventually, after 7 interviews, he said that he was 90% sure. Amazing work. Amazing. For 6 months, Navy investigators pursued a sailor other than Seaman Mays, whom a witness said she saw sprinting from the vehicle bay at the time of the fire. A military expert said that sailor's handwriting was a probable match with the message scrawled in a portable toilet in the base saying, "I did it. I set fire to the ship." Other evidence from that sailor's internet searches and personal writings also seemed to suggest involvement. Uh-oh! Now, I don't know if this article says it, but I don't mean to spoil the end for you. Can you take a guess? Just take a random guess. The guy who was charged, who was later found not guilty, who the only evidence they really had was a witness that was pressured by law enforcement, right? The guy that was charged, can you guess what his skin color was? And then can you guess the skin color of the guy who had internet searches suggested he was going to light it on fire, whose handwriting matched the handwriting that said that he wanted the fire? Care to take a guess? Naval Criminal Investigative Services Special Agent Maya Kamat, the lead investigator in the fire, was called to the stand by defense attorneys representing Mays. Kamat testified that she was the first person to interview sailor Kenji Velasco, the prosecution's star witness who said he saw seaman recruit Mays head down to the lower vehicle deck just minutes before the fire began. She confirmed that Velasco was initially unable to identify Mays and failed to do so during several subsequent interviews. Excuse me. While Velasco's identification of Mays has long been the center of dispute for Mays' defense team, it was the information that Special Agent Kamat revealed about the Navy's other suspect that it was looking into before the team zeroed in on Mays. According to Kamat's testimony, a sailor on the ship, Mia Polion, saw a man sprinting from the lower 5 at around 8:03 a.m. on July 12, 2020. Polion notified investigators and described the man that day as being a person of color wearing blue coveralls, later identifying the sailor as EM. The identification prompted Kamat, according to her testimony, to interview sailor EM 4 times in the following weeks. During those interviews, NCIS investigators discovered that approximately 7:45 a.m. Lost my place here. The morning of the fire, just 18 or so minutes prior to him allegedly running from the lower 5 and before the smoke was billowing in from it, EM searched the internet for information on heat scales and fire white, according to Kamat's testimony. 18 minutes before the fire started, this guy was doing a Google search about starting fires. Kamat also testified that during the search of the EM's phone, the person of color who was a suspect, investigators found a diagram on the phone that he drew a year prior depicting 3 phases of a fire. Kamat testified that while EM was a suspect, their investigation led them to determine he was no longer a person of interest. Handwriting matched 18 minutes before he's talking about fire. He's drawing fucking diagrams on how to start the fire. Nah, we didn't find that suspicious. He's a black guy. That doesn't sound suspicious to us. Instead, we went with the guy that we had to pressure after 7 interviews, a witness to say, yeah, it was him. Meanwhile, defense attorneys argued that the decision was made not because of their investigation, but because Sailor EM was discharged from the Navy and that it no longer had jurisdiction to question him. Oh! After Comet's testimony, the defense then called a forensic handwriting expert that worked with investigators. The handwriting expert, Thomas Murray, said that investigators discovered handwriting left on a porta potty on the pier shortly after the fire. The message read, "I set the ship on fire." That could mean anything, though. Forensic document expert Murray said that the handwriting matched samples that Sailor EM submitted during its investigation. Mays, on the other hand, had been in the brig and could not have been responsible for writing the message. The defense is expected to rest on September 28th. It also came out later that the white kid had acted heroically and competently during the fire, unlike pretty much all of the people of color peers, and that he'd raised specific concerns relating to the fire that later consumed the ship. And this is what made them hate him. Now that considerable smoke from the burnt USS Bonhomme Richard is cleared, it may be the time to consider seaman recruit Ryan Sawyer Mays, found innocent at a court-martial starting the fire that burned the ship, may actually be a minor hero. The 21-year-old sailor was the principal suspect in the fire, but testimony during the trial revealed he was also one of the sailors commended by the U.S. Navy in its report on why the ship burned. "He saved my life," said Edwin Congo. Nice. Well, he's white, so we have to charge him, right? Let's take a moment out for Windmill. You're right, whoever you are that's worried about this is the only issue that ever matters, and my entire show should be in perpetuity, me talking about Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. So if what you could do is replay this 1 minute over and over again, you can see me say Trump's really bad for how he's handling the Epstein thing, and we should criticize him with every waking breath that we ever have. Don't worry about feeding your family. Don't worry about supporting them. Don't worry about taking care of yourself whatsoever. All that matters is Trump Epstein. So you join me in saying Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein, Trump Epstein. There you go. That's 55 seconds. The minute will be complete here soon. Please put that in replay for the rest of the show. Thank you. There you go. Candace Owens' channel's on the other channel. I know you're probably looking for it. You're from someone that went to Professor Charles Xavier's School for Gifted Mutant Children that are time travelers that the Matrix movie actually sort of spoke to, that there was a divergent in sort of our timelines, which was pointed out by the Mayan calendar, in addition to Erica Kirk working with Epstein as they were Googling the names of these. So you go check that out. Anyways, back to this. So this guy actually saved someone's life. We'll continue on with it. As the fire spread, Mace came through the ship's berthing behind sealed hatch doors so no smoke was there, and warned its occupants, including Congo, that the ship was on fire. Congo said that he was barely awake and never heard the fire called. But he gathered his Apple Watch, his iPhone, and his wallet and headed out. When he opened the hatch, Congo testified, "I could barely see anything. There was a lot of smoke. It was hard to breathe." The USS Bonhomme Richard fire began at a naval base in San Diego on the morning of July 12, 2020, and burned for almost 5 days. More than 60 people were injured fighting the fire that spread quickly as the crew, many untrained in firefighting, tried to save a ship that, except for its ability to float and take on fuel, was barely functional. Failed fire hoses have been stripped of brass fittings by NASCO contractors, according to the testimony by Deck Department Senior Chief Michael Sims, now retired. The Navy's response to the fire is perhaps best summed up as a, quote, clusterfuck. The Judge Advocate General investigation in its 440-page report found little to commend that happened on board the LHD-6 during the 5-day fire, but its authors did recognize the meritorious performance of unnamed sailors who unilaterally acted to verify that no personnel remained in the berthing areas as the ship was evacuated. Their efforts to ensure no shipmates were left on board is worthy of commendation. Numerous unnamed sailors were also commended for their firefighting efforts. They repeatedly exposed themselves to danger over 12-hour shifts in their efforts to extinguish the fire. During the trial, the retired Marine Lieutenant Colonel Gary Barthel represented Mays until the money ran out. A former military lawyer, he attended nearly every day of the 2-week court-martial unpaid, while an adept team of Navy defense lawyers followed the roadmap Barthel had laid out at the Article 32 hearing in December 2021. Like many sailors, Seaman May spent the first day of the fire doing what he could to support the Fed fire, Barthel said, referring to the Federal Fire and Emergency Service, which initially responded. Mays and shipmates returned every day until the fire and supported the firefighting efforts. Navy isn't commenting on plans for the Mays' future. May's vigorous complaints, which used against him to claim that he had a motive, ended up being addressed in the Jagman Report's recommendation that commanding officers establish habituality and shipyard safety standards before onboarding to a ship coming out of the maintenance availability. The crew of the Richard was ordered to move on from the barge, a temporary berthing vessel at the naval base, where they had been billeted while contractors worked, back to the ship by the deadline of July 11th, before the Navy and contractors were handed over. May sounded the alarm on contractors welding the berthing areas off from the Bonhomme Richard days before the fire, after he was showered with sparks while napping in the deck berthing. He sent an angry text to his supervisor, Brianna Lounsbury, who was rumored to have cussed out the contractors. No one seemed to know what the welding was set to happen in the inhabited area. That shit's hazardous as fuck and needs to go up the chain of command ASAP, Lounsbury said, reading May's text. Her assessment of the message: I understood his concerns, but didn't like the delivery. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Truly remarkable. So here we have a lady. Oh, why is this so small? My super chain overlay got small all of a sudden. Imagine this. Dude's like, hey man, I'm like, these welding's unsafe. Sparks are getting on the shipment. What's going on? And he tells the lady, who says, hey, this is fucking dangerous. This is fucking dangerous. And the woman's like, well, yes, I understand his concern. I didn't like his tone. So the guy speaking up, like, this is dangerous, this is a fire hazard, someone's going to get hurt. The mere fact that he spoke up, the woman he spoke to is like, I don't like his tone. I don't like his tone. I don't like that. Don't care for that. Now he's a suspect. Amazing. I guess the lessons learned: don't ever criticize if there's something dangerous going on in the military, because left-wing lunatic JAG officers will frame you and try to put you life in prison. Unbelievable. She didn't like his delivery. She told May she agreed with him, but counseled him for the tone and language. She did report the incident up her chain of command, and others seem to have noticed May's conduct far more than the message. But Lounsbury testified he was right to be alarmed of the welding berthing without anyone being notified. Yeah, sorry that it was very unsafe that we were welding and could have potentially hurt you. You use foul language. We need to counsel you on your use of language. Unbelievable. She says, hot work needs to be scheduled and a lot of people need to know about it, she testified, mentioning the ship's fire marshal. Contractors, she said, are not very respectful. They show up when they want to and do what they want. It's very common for sailors to not like being on a non-operational ship, she said. It's miserable for them. Despite the testimony that begrudgingly acknowledged May's action before and during the fire, no one should anticipate May's receiving a friendly nod of recognition for his efforts from the Navy. Now cleared, May's returns to unspecified work in what Barthel calls the most toxic work environment imaginable. They wrongly accused him of sabotaging the ship and burning it, threw him in the brig for a couple of months, impugned his character and ruined his reputation, imposed a huge financial burden on his family in order to prove his innocence, and put him through more than 2 years of hell, said Barthel. Now it's come back to work. If that's not a hostile workplace, I don't know what is. The lead investigator in the case, Special Agent Maya Kamat, testified in Stephen May's trial that she interviewed the sailor 4 times, and shortly after the 4th interview, the sailor attempted suicide. He was administratively separated from the Navy a few days later. The Navy longer had jurisdiction over him and stopped pursuing him, focusing on... So that this is the black guy, I'm sorry. Worth noting that this excuse is completely fake. The military can court-martial its retirees for non-military crimes committed after retirement. See the recent cases of US v. Torres and US v. Larrabee. It can also prosecute civilian contractors. So the guy that they were like, oh, he's handwriting matches. He's Googling how to do fires. He has a diagram of it. They interview him on the 4th time. He tries to take his own life, and they're like, okay. There's nothing we could do. We have to go after this other guy. The Navy initially understood the catastrophe of his failure of leadership aboard the ship. So many things had gone wrong that it sought investigations against people who had been in charge. So those leaders wanted someone acceptable to blame. But covered up the obvious perpetrator. On July 29, 2021, an unnamed sailor was charged with aggravated arson under Article 126 of the Uniform Code and hazarding a vehicle under this. The sailor was the same unnamed suspect questioned on August 2020 by NCIS and other federal law enforcement agencies. It was identified as Seaman Apprentice Ryan Sawyer Mays in an affidavit unsealed in August 2021. Let's see. You get the idea. The legal officer in charge of the preliminary hearing explicitly recommended that the Navy not pursue these charges against Mays. Explicitly because it was clear scapegoating. But the current Navy Admiral Collar prosecuted May anyways to cover up the true causes of the catastrophe. Barthol also allegedly in February that the legal officer who oversaw the Article 32 hearing recommended to Kohler that the case not go to court-martial and that the Navy is scapegoating Mays due to the high-profile nature of the disaster. Surreal. I said above that the USS Bonhomme Richard cost $1.2 billion, but that seems to be an outdated figure. It's actually worth more like $4 billion. Served as an aircraft carrier during the Iraq War, but it couldn't survive DEI. The last aircraft carrier sunk by enemies was 45. The likely perp's name was Elijah McGovern. It's hard to find his name. The Navy and the media kept it very hushed that this black arsonist sailor, alleged, sank one of our multi-billion-dollar aircraft carriers when BLM was tearing down monuments and burning down cities. Consider the other names: Maya Kamat, the incompetent investigator; Kenji Valesco, bullied into lying on the witness; Mia Pullion, bullied out of saying she witnessed Elijah; Brianna Lounsbury, who punished Mays for raising fire hazard concerns; Edwin Congo. Starting to see a pattern? This guy goes on to say, he says, consider how rare names like Ryan Mays are aboard these ships. And consider how the fire was first witnessed by off-duty sailors who thus felt no duty to report it. How many slipped through the fire? How many declined to help firefight because they thought their uniforms got in the way? Is it any wonder that Ryan Mays sticks out by his name, by his very fit appearance, by his honorable conduct, by his very unfair martyrdom at the hands of others who clearly hate him for going above and beyond, who clearly had green lights to destroy him for their sins? Then he gives some other examples. We won't go through them all, but failures like this are common in our Navy. In '89, Stephen Skelly orchestrated a conspiracy that blew up the USS Iowa and killed 47 sailors, then orchestrated a cover-up, including baseless smears that the victims were gay murder-suicides. Then the Navy promoted him. June 2017, Lieutenant Sarah Kopic steered the USS Fitzgerald into a container ship, killing 7. She pled guilty and got 3 months and half pay. Issues continued. August 2017, Commanders Sanchez and Sanchez steered the USS McCain into a tanker, killing 10. They were relieved. Issues continued. But the Navy cracked down hard on the annual Vegas Tallyhook Navy Party in an election year to push feminist reforms. Navy Secretary Garrett condemned it and covered up that he had attended and punished dozens of servicemen for being men and covered for lying women and was fired anyways. My point in this thread, our military is dead weight unless we make the leadership accountable again. The original USS Bonhomme Richard refused to surrender under attack by superior ships and thus won its battle in perhaps the Revolutionary War, even though it sank. Now it's unimaginable. Surreal. So when you see Hegseth talk about the need to go after JAG, that's the sort of stuff that's going on. Let's see the video. Why can I not find this video? One quick look. We'll try to. Why is this not? What's the date in this? So here you have Pete Hegseth talking about this. I think this is the clip from Nick Sorter.
Seminars on genocide through the analytic of gender. Sounds interesting. So-called whiteness studies. Courses that celebrate the history of Hamas, where a professor calls Islamist militants and their attacks astounding and incredible. Graduate studies that focus on the abolition of law enforcement. Classes on leadership that are just recycled garbage from the old DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion playbook. These are examples of classes that our leaders in our civilian colleges and universities too often celebrate. The truth is, they help cultivate a radical hate America agenda. And we can't afford that same toxic ideology in America's War Department. It degrades our readiness, it's a risk to our forces, and it undermines our mission of peace through strength. At the Department of War, we have a duty to ensure that our professional military education develops real leaders, warfighters who dominate into the future. We're committed to making our own senior service colleges maintain the highest of standards. That those places align with President Trump's commitment to the American people, that our military will remain the strongest in history. That's why I'm directing the Undersecretary of War for Personnel and Readiness to establish a task force effective immediately. The mission of that task force is to evaluate our senior service colleges, where we educate our own. Think places like the Army War College or National Defense University, the Naval War College, Marine Corps University, or the Air War College, where our senior officers go to continue their education. We're going to ensure that the professors, administrators, and curriculum of those institutions are focused on national security, strategy, history, and overall excellence. Confirm that high standards and meritocracy are forefront, and make sure that what we've seen in our civil.
All right. You get the picture. So I think he's right. Wow, we got a live one in chat. Be careful what you say, pig, because karma gonna get you. Okay. Leticia Jackson, 1972. You want to hide behind a camera. I'm actually in front of the camera. But I do use my real name, and I've ran for Congress. So I guess I've put myself out there. Keep hiding in your house. I'm at my house. Where are you? Are you hiding in your house right now? I'm just curious. Is that the rhetoric we would use? Go join Arena, bitch. Oh. Would you like to come on and debate? You seem very articulate. We'll give you plenty of time to speak. Would you like a link? Yeah, come on. I mean, you don't want to be hiding, right? That's not something you would do. You sound like a strong black woman. Clearly, you're not going to hide, right? Would you like to call in? Right? Unless you're hiding. No? Can you figure it out? I'm interested in what it was that I said specifically that got you so pissed off. Where'd you go? Well, hey, that's a shame. Sounded like a very articulate person. Would have been nice. Oh, is that what happened? We got like a raid, like some people came over, like a little mini raid. She's got some fans in chat too. Good. One of them could call in as well. I'd be happy to have a civil conversation. No problem. No? You disappeared? That's a shame. Well, Leticia, if you change your mind and you want to call in and have a conversation, feel free to let me know. Not beating the accusations about violence, huh? If I see you in person, we're going to Irina you. Really? What was it I said that was so offensive? Anonymous person that's accusing the public person of hiding? What was it? She deleted all of her chats. Go figure. Oh, well, unfortunate, huh? But I thought that Jag case was crazy. Crazy work. Postal Joe, thanks for being a member, says, yeah, but Trump is a 34 count felon. Ah, yes, I forgot. Why does any of this matter? Werbs, $5 over on Rumble said, are you sorry you hurt its feelings? Are you really sorry? Because if you do, I've lost all respect. I'm not sorry I hurt its feelings. Did Leticia come back? Was it the book club review? Leticia! Were you the author of the story we read yesterday? I'm speaking now! Black women share their truth in 101 stories of love, courage, and hope. Is that why you're upset, Leticia? I'm just reading America's fantastic published authors. I don't see what the problem is. The hit story Wake Up America by adjunct professor Angel Jones? Did I get the right? Angel M. Jones. I don't see what the issue is. Well. I'm speaking now. You're hiding behind the camera. And I'll kill you like Arena if I see you in person. Really, what was it I said? I don't know. But don't you dare accuse me of being violent. That's always my favorite. You wouldn't say that in front of me. Why? Because you'd resort to violence? Yeah, how dare you accuse me of being violent? Oh, I disagree, Dr. J. It's a great book. There was a story that I was reading today about our trucking industry. The Washington Post puts out some 200,000 immigrant truck drivers will begin to lose their CDLs as they expire under a new Trump administration rule that takes effect Monday. 200,000. Let's read the story. Trump's canceling, go away, of license for immigrant truckers takes effect. Around 200,000 people start losing commercial driver's license under a federal rule that takes effect Monday. Move that could mean higher prices for consumers. Really? Some 200,000 immigrant truck drivers will begin to lose their commercial driver's license as they expire under a new Trump administration rule that takes effect Monday. The Transportation Department's rule will weigh on the beleaguered trucking industry, which is critical to transporting goods across America at a time when energy costs are surging due to the war with Iran. Don't you love the framing? I just love the mainstream media and how they frame shit. The rule bars immigrants who are asylum seekers, refugees, or recipients of deferred action for childhood arrivals, or DACA, from obtaining CDLs. Excellent. And it's part of Trump administration's widening campaign against immigrant truck drivers following several high-profile accidents last summer. Those with valid commercial driver's license will lose their driving privileges as their license expire, not immediately. Alexei Semenovsky, 41 of Pennsylvania, has driven long-haul trucks since 2020 and will lose his license in September. I've completely clean moving record, no accidents, no violations. I pay taxes, says Semenovsky. By the way, is this guy Ukrainian or Russian? This might be the only Russian that the fucking Dems like, right? An asylum seeker from Russia! And a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the Trump administration aiming to invalidate the rule. They roast me under open fire for not having done anything illegal. Around 200,000 immigrants in the United States hold about 5% of all commercial driver's licenses, according to the federal motor carrier. Can you believe that? 200,000 fucking immigrants driving our trucks. Trucks are the main way of goods, from heavy machinery to hazardous material, transported in the United States, moving more than 70% of the nation's freight. It's very dangerous. Under the rule announced February 11th, immigrants with a variety of temporary protections. See, these aren't people that came here and became citizens. These are people that are under temporary protection, would no longer be able to obtain commercial driver's license for whether they are authorized to work in the United States. So we have 200,000 people, not immigrants, 200,000 people under like asylum or temporary protections. 200,000 in the trucking industry. For far too long, America's allowed dangerous foreign drivers to abuse our truck licensing system, wreaking havoc on our roadways, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said in a statement. Since last summer, the Trump administration highlighted a spate of fatal accidents involving immigrant truck drivers to push the new restrictions forward. Duffy said that the immigrants often cannot be vetted for their driving history outside of the United States. True. He also suggested those who have a legally obtained license have driven down wages and conditions for the American truck drivers. Absolutely true. Non-citizens must have work authorization to obtain commercial truck driver's license in the United States. Opponents of the rules say that the Trump administration is discriminating against immigrants without evidence they cause more accidents. To obtain commercial driver's license, immigrants and non-immigrants have to go to driving schools and pass the test. Right, including the ones we've seen cause those wrecks that had CDLs, because the CDL tests are bullshit. Trump administrations can see that there's no empirical relationship between a person's nation of domicile and safety outcomes, said Wendy Liu, an attorney. In recent months, the administration clamped down on immigrant truck drivers as accelerated. Transportation Department strengthened rules and enforcement of English language. Look at this. You want to hear it? The Washington Post is like, they've been doing these evil shit to these drivers. Let's hear some of this. Oh my gosh, they're accelerating the attacks on these noble immigrant drivers that are here under special protections. Here we go. First, here's one of the things they did. They strengthened the rules and enforcement of English language requirements in roadside tests that resulted in thousands of immigrant drivers losing their right to drive. Now, they're framing this as a bad thing. Can you believe it? When DOT pulls over a truck driver now, they'll be like, can you speak English? And they give him a little test. And thousands of people lost their CDLs because of that. Because they couldn't speak English or read English. Yeah, that's a good thing. We don't want those fucking people on the roads, let alone under commercial trucks. You have to be able to read the road signs as a minimum. But the Washington Post frames that as just like this new law. It's cruel. The agency announced in December that it had revoked the accreditation of nearly 3,000 driver's license centers for failing to meet federal standards. But wait a minute, just up here they just implied, well, these people have to go to an accredited center. Yeah, like I said, that are bullshit, so many of them. For failing to meet federal standards. Duffy's threatened to withhold federal funds from states, including California, New York, and Pennsylvania, that federal audits have identified as improperly issuing commercial driver's license. Good! During the State of the Union, Trump called on Congress to pass legislation further restricting immigrants from obtaining such license. Senator Jim Banks introduced a bill the following day that would be even tougher than the Transportation Department rule by immediately revoking all CDL license from the same group of immigrants. Great! The bill's moving to Congress, but it's yet to make it to a vote. Let's vote on it. Louis Pugh, vice president of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, a trade group representing more than 130,000 small trucking companies and independent drivers, said that he supports the rule because it'll make the highways safer. He said deregulation has drawn more poorly trained immigrants into the industry with lower barriers to entry. Our members support anything that'll make the road safer, not only for them, but their family and motorists that they share the highway with. Sounds based. While transportation experts do not expect the rule to have a major impact on the industry, the regulations could lead to companies charging higher rates as the workforce shrinks, leading to higher prices. I've not heard any concerns about labor shortages or significant disruption in supply chain or transportation industry. This change could be reflected in the cost of doing business, says Gregory Reed, transportation attorney. Semenovsky, the Russian asylum seeker, has despaired over what the looming rule will mean for his trucking business and his ability to support his wife and 14-year-old daughter. A lawyer by profession? No shit. He fled Russia for the United States in 2019 with 3 suitcases after facing threats of fabricated criminal case related to his government opposition, he said. Hearing about driver shortages during the pandemic, he started a long-haul trucking business. He took out loans of roughly $200,000 for a tractor and trailer that he's still paying back. For the past 4 years, he's transported heavy machinery, building materials, food, and Amazon merchandise across all of lower 48. This rule's devastating for my family, he said, breaking down in tears. I built this small business relying on my driving privileges. I didn't think anyone could take me away just for being an immigrant. So sorry, man. I do really feel bad for you. That sucks. So sorry. Why did you come to the United States instead of any of the other countries you could go to? I'm sorry. Go home. It's tragic. I know. I swear to you, Mr. Semenovsky, 5 years ago, I would have had a big heart for you. Now, when I see that my own country and the Western world is actively discriminating against citizens of our country based on our skin color, our religion, our citizenship status, I'm sorry. The answer is you should not be allowed to drive the truck, and I hope that we send you to another country as soon as possible. God bless you, and may you go to that country and succeed, and you and your wife and your child have a fantastic life. I just don't give a shit for you to be here anymore. Goodbye. Don't care. Whatever the bullshit reason, I really don't even care if Putin personally had you marked for assassination. That's terrible. We have enough problems in our country. The same people that are utilizing you and people like you as a tool to the tune of tens of millions of people to displace the population of this country means that I can no longer be bothered by sitting around and having sympathy for you. I'm sorry. Goodbye. See ya. That's how I feel about it. Tragic. Good luck to you, sir. And that's the end of the story, I guess. I don't give a shit anymore. I don't give a shit. It is time to harden your heart. Who said I won't let anyone call in? Ruby Davies. Would you like to call in? You can call in right now. I'll place the link to StreamYard and you can happily call in. Is this one of those things where you just say the opposite of the truth because you think that you're gaslighting people? I literally put the link out, or it offered to put the link out for Leticia after she had threatened to kill me. Would you like to call in, Ruby Davis? I would very much enjoy. Okay, it's Davis. Gotcha. Would you like to call in? Learn to read. Are you speaking now? Is that what you're doing? Would you like to call in? You're right. As someone who's semi-illiterate, surely you would have a lot to say and be easy. Easy to handle me. I could barely read, right? Would you like to call in? I liked that my link went out on some channel or something, right? Oh, this is good. This is good. By all means, call in. We'll have an intelligent... You already said yes. Dumb... I know I'm not the best reader, but I don't know what the word dumbther is. I don't know what that is. Dumbther. ALR say yes, dumbther. Wow. It must be my lack of reading comprehension, Ruby. That must be the issue. Because clearly you're quite the speller and articulate. Okay, Ruby. Now, I know, seeing as how you're so intelligent, you'll be able to figure out the link real quick. We're not going to hear the usual, I can't figure it out, because you're clearly intelligent. So, I'm going to go to the restroom and get ready for the excuses to why you can't call in. I'll be right back. It'll be fun.
What was in the restroom? It's the chair show. And let's get those grifts in. I have something new for you guys. You guys want to see it? Do you guys want to see it? I don't know if Rob wants me to show it yet. But let's just get it out there. So hold on, I'm gonna bring it up. Alright. I'm gonna try. I hope it's cool. I hope you guys like it. Another thing in the works here. All right. So
Well, new
yeah, it's the new thing that we're working on. I was just showing it off to the crowd.
Thank you, Evers. All right, Ruby. It is very rare that we have someone with a super high level intellectual capacity call in. So I'm very much looking forward to this. If only it would happen. Anyone want to take bets on the excuse? When you said call, I thought you meant phone. My mic won't work like that. Any guesses? Phone not charged? That's a good one. The best was the guy that somehow claimed you had to be able to call in on like a home phone, like a rotary phone. Well, my guess is that TOS considerations will quickly be dispensed with. I'm willing to have a conversation, no problem. Landline, that's the name of it. Or is it just the oldie but a goodie? You ready? This is a good one too. Say that you're going to call in, then just leave and then come back under a different name. Now, seeing as how this person's intentionally, mind you, delaying the show, perhaps some super chats as we wait a couple more minutes to see the excuse that'll happen for this person to not call in. Well, smooth things over. That way Ruby can't feel that she like accomplished something by derailing the show. Because I could be like, look, I got super chats. What do I care? Wouldn't say what to a black guy that watches. Sure I would. Say what? I thought you were calling in. What is it that you think I've said that I wouldn't say to a black guy? I thought you were calling in. What happened? In fact, when I did the call-in show, I had black guys calling most all the time, many of which agreed with 95% of what I say. Oh, man. Oh, amazing. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Ruby, tune in on Sundays where we'll read from the hit book, I'm Speaking Now. Black women share their truth in 101 stories of love, courage, and hope. You'll love it. It's a great show. I think you'll enjoy it. We'll do some more readings from it. I'm Speaking Now. Yo, that, for someone who criticized, because I thought your name was Ruby Davies instead of Ruby Davis, that I can't read, you certainly have a lot of trouble typing. Now, I myself use a lot of typos, but I don't assume people can't read if they mispronounce my name like you did, so. Was your backup name Leticia? Were you also Leticia? Ruby, would you like me to place the link? And then you'll click the link. It's called a hyperlink. You'll click it and it will take you to my StreamYard room. And then you can set up your camera and mic and you can come on and you can talk. Jesus is Lord. I can't bring her up if she doesn't click the link. It's out of my power. You're a troll. I get it. This is actually a right-winger that's trolling. That's what's going on. It's funny. It got me for a while. Ruby, you want to shout out anything before you leave? Go ahead. Give you one last message here before you leave. Then we'll move on with the show. It's true. It's true. I'm running. You're really committed to the troll, I guess? You will see because you think you got it figured out, but bye, scary. I don't care. Beak. Bye. Hmm. Yeah, I did get cooked. True enough. One second. Let's check something here real quick. It's interesting. I gotta learn to speak jive. Oh, yeah. Oh. Is that it? By the way, it is becoming difficult to do the call-in show because of trolls like that. In a moment of sincerity here, I'll tell you. Ever since certain communities decided to start trolling me, it's made the and I was made clear by members of that community that the intent is to get my channel banned. It makes it difficult to do a call-in show. So it is something that we will try to rectify at some point. But as of right now, it sort of sucks because I feel that a big part of what made my show successful and the growth I saw was being able to do those call-in shows. So I, for a while, didn't say like that the trolling was working because it feels like saying the trolling works is a bad idea. So I was like, oh, I don't have time for it and this and that, and I'm very busy. But that's the gist of what was going on. And I started to see an uptick in flags, not community strikes always, but copyright flags and things of that nature. So it's a shame, but that's the consequence of when you have people that intentionally direct trolls to you. It's something that could occur. So that's sort of what has happened. We still do the show. We still have fun. But yeah. That's the gist of that. What else did I have to talk about tonight? Oh, super chats, of course. Gully 46 gives $20. Thank you so much, sir. Kirk Sense, how you doing? $5 says, this is my other name. And ain't talking to no cracker. Oh, thank you. And then Aquanote, $5 or $10. I'm sorry. See, I can't read. Funding to learn to speak jive. I don't know that it'll happen. I'm too white. I have no rhythm to me whatsoever. So, maybe I'll start trying to do something to Rumble specifically. Oh, hey, Leticia, you're back. It's nice to see you. Yeah, it's a lot of work. So maybe I'll do something like that in Rumble. It is something. Once we get the new computer set up, we will. obviously start to make adjustments. Anywho, did I have more super chats? Well, that was that. We are at the portion of the show where at about midnight, I had other things to talk about, but it feels as good of a place as any to start to wind down. Now, a real shame we didn't make our goal tonight. Perhaps. Oh, Paul, $2 says this will turn into $200 tomorrow. Nice. Nice. Hey, Leticia, thanks for the content. Appreciate it. Favorite gas station snack? It depends on what you mean. Like, when I think of a gas station snack, I think of like if I'm driving. I like combos. I like the pretzel cheddar cheese combos because I feel like chips and stuff, you get more schmutz on your hand while you're driving. So the combos I enjoy. That's my like go-to if I'm driving in the car and I just want a little snack. But that's only I don't snack in the car unless I'm taking a long drive. I do like having breath mints in the car or like a Jolly Rancher or something. I like just something like a hard candy, a Werther's. I could do that. So I like to always have something like that in the car. But that's about it. Unsubscribe. My combo steak gets me unsubscribed. Yeah, the combo's pretzel. The cracker sucks. Beef jerky, yeah, it's very good as well. Yeah, I like me some jerky. The only problem with combos is, like, if you drop a chip on your car floor, it's not going to roll around. The combo sometimes will roll under the seat. It's a big mess. Who needs it? Oh, Hellstorm. $5. Cool Ranch corn nuts for the Patriots. Never had them. I've had corn nuts, but just the regular flavor. I prefer corn nuts to sunflower seeds, though I do like shelled sunflower seeds. I don't like the shells. The day is going fine. Perkunis. I had a damn good day, actually. Yeah, see, Imaginarium gets it. Hero. Mm. Didn't Rob make fun of the death of people, yet wants to have the higher ground? Where did I make fun of the death of people? Where am I trying to have the higher ground, for that matter? God, I'll bite. Where did I make fun of the death of people? I'm not saying it's never happened. But I'm open to it. Let's hear about it. He made it up? Oh, I don't know. I did make fun of. We made jokes about the potential new leader uh, of Iran being gay, but he's still alive. Oh, the great Wade Bugs. 2 for 1. Where'd you come up with that? I suppose. 2 for 1 whip songs. Let's go. Thank you so much. $100. I'm not quite ready to start whip songs yet, but I will. Did I hook up with Jessica Alba before I got married? I did not.
Did somebody say whip songs?
Not yet, but they did say it. I was not much of dating Hollywood celebrities in one half. Kirk Sense, gas station sushi's the best. I've only ever had it once and it was fine. I'm not the biggest fan of sushi, if I'm honest. Do I want to start playing stupid ass whip songs right now? Did I make fun of Renee Good? What did I say about her? All I remember saying is that she tried to drive at a fucking cop and got shot with her car, which is true. It's not really making fun. It's a true statement. I've certainly made jokes, inappropriate jokes about all sorts of subjects. That's certainly happened. But I think I'm very consistent on even people I dislike when they die. I'm like, yeah, I understand they have family. I said I was getting tired of showing the Charlie Kirk clip at the end of your videos. No, I said it's starting to feel cliche, and I'm ashamed of that, is what I said. I said it's sad that it gets to that point. Now, I know you're a troll. Start working on another account right now. I just got to make sure you're the same guy that made that other post. Yeah. What community do you think they're from, by the way? Who do you think it is? You think it's Destiny's crew? Maybe. I have a guess as well. I have a guess which crew it is. Whick? Nope, I know where they normally come from. I did just recently. The I'm speaking now. The Chicken Soup for the Soul community. They're furious. Can you imagine? The Chicken Soup for the Soul community is like, this son of a bitch. That's funny. All right. Why not? I'll start playing whip songs. What else am I going to do? It's Angela M. Jones. Angel M. Jones. I should have known not to pick a fight with the Chicken Soup for the Soul community. Damn. I was just enjoying their book. Listen, in all fairness, my reading from that book may, in fact, lead to more people buying that book. All right, I weighed 2 whip songs. Hey. Now, I'd like to speak for a minute before I play this song. I do have something to say about these damn whip songs. There is a malicious rumor that this wheel is weighted. It is not. At least it's not supposed to be. Look, I could weight it. I could enable it. See? Then let's say I do this. The weight literally just makes you see? So like, let's say I weight it. See? For the Wade Bugs Whipstravaganza this Saturday, we'll have to do something like this. Let's do Disney 99. You know.
I can get behind Disney 99. Nah. Let's just leave that there. Just Disney
I think
99. Rob, just Disney 99.
Never.
Come on.
All right, what do I America folk. All right, let's find this. All right. Stupid Rules of Whip song. $100 donation. A one-time $100 donation gets you a song. If we get over a $100 mark, so once we get to $300, that'll also be a whip song. So $55 collectively will get us a whip song. A single $100 donation gets you one. That means if you donate a $100 donation, you get two. And we spin the wheel. If you want to pick a specific song, it's $150. And to create your own song is $250. Whatever happened to the cool Spiro wheel? Never got it that I know of. No, we're not waiting longest. Anyways, here's the one I owe Wade for now.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today. The Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a way. All day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. There's a way, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Left, right, left, right, left.
I actually forgot to mention something I wanted to mention earlier that's serious. I still owe one whip song, but there is something I want to mention. I don't know if this is true. I don't think it's a ruse. So if I'm falling for something, I'm sorry. But there is a streamer that was influential to me that apparently is having some poor health, and I just wanted to give him a shout out. Now, it's going to anger a lot of my Christian followers because his name, but he's like a conservative-ish guy. Does anybody know the streamer SticksHexenHammer? He really influenced this, how I used to do my short form non-live videos, right? Where he just talk about it for 10 minutes. Talk about it 10 minutes. And I don't know what it was. I really found it refreshing. there wasn't a lot of bells and whistles to it, and that did inspire me. I saw a post today where someone was saying that he seemed that he was drunk or perhaps on substances, and Sticks responded, and I don't know if this is true or not, that he had a stroke, and it's quite serious, and he doesn't know how much longer he'll be able to continue. And I just want to say, regardless of Sticks's feelings on religion, if that's true, I will be praying for him. And I wish him the best, man. I really do. I always liked him. So they do this stuff to himself, this, that, and the other. That maybe so. I'm unconcerned with that at this point. So now I may have been mistaken. Maybe it was just a big rib that I don't know. I know he had some legal troubles, maybe some relationship troubles, but I'll be praying for you, man. It's bad news. He was someone that I really enjoyed watching. So hopefully everything works out. All right, another whip song. One more. Onto the breach. Oh. Okay.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more for. We are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Hey! That's right. You could sell an F-150 with that version, yeah. Sticks is on the run from the law. That might be true. I don't know. I have not been following the saga. But regardless, whatever his issues are, I'm praying for him. All right. We're trying to get to the goal at 357. It was a little short. Built whip tough. A little short. I agree. It's Monday night. Monday nights are always hit or miss. People watching. When I was growing up, Monday nights, what we did on Mondays?
Monday Night Raw. Monday Night
That's
Raw.
right. That's what I did. Wrestling. I watched wrestling back in the day, like in the early 90s when I was a kid. But then when the Monday Night Wars started, I was originally a WCW guy. But yeah. Skipping back and forth during the commercials. But then I gave up on WCW after a hot minute. I don't know about these. I don't know. If that's true, that sucks. I don't know. I just saw the guy look like he had a stroke. I did not do a March Madness bracket. No, I did not. Yeah, Bischoff was a great heel, man. He was great. Bischoff was more fun to hate than Vince. Because Vince, at least, Vince had an air of like a corporate asshole guy. Bischoff was just whiny. One of the best heel moves ever is when Yeah, I'll never forget this. This is actually a compliment to Eric Bischoff. He fires this one ref because he like counted out the NWO guy, So he gets fired. You're fired for counting out the guy who wanted to win. So the guy comes back like at the next, I don't know if it was the next Monday night or whatever. He brought his family with him, his wife and his kid. He's like, please, Mr. Bischoff, hire me back. Bischoff's like sitting in this chair like a king, just listening to him. And he brings the ref's son over. He goes, tell your dad he's still fired. It was great. It was absolutely great. One of my all-time favorite wrestling. It's right up there. This one's even better than that. But I'll get you in a second. One of my all-time favorite wrestling gags was the $1 Million Man. He used to do like, people are so poor they'll do anything for money. And so he does this bit. I'm sure I can't even play it. I'm sure with wrestling the flag you, but you could look it up on X. He finds this little black boy. He's like maybe 10 years old. And he's like, I'll pay you like $1,000 if you could dribble the basketball 16 times in a row. And he's just this little cute, like 10-year-old black. He's like, okay. You can tell he's nervous. And he's like, he dribbles it and he has to get to like 15 and he gets to 14. God, man, just kicks the ball. He's like, you didn't make. It was such a good angle. It's the simplest thing. Just fucking the simplest. I'm sorry. Didn't work out for you. And it's just like, talk about it didn't matter your fucking race or whatever. Everyone in that audience was like, oh, you motherfucker. You son of a bitch. I can't believe you did that. What a great heel. Just like, son of a bitch. The kid was so good. Like, he's legitimately like bummed out. He's just like, oh shit. It was great, man. Wade Boggs, you psycho. Another $100. Says, all right, fine. One more twofer. Thank you so much, sir. Oh man. What a $1 Million Man. I love the old wrestling shenanigans like that. Yeah, like this. Yeah, like Thanksgiving. I'm thankful that I'm rich and you're not. Yeah, it's great. What a great heel. Just a guy with money making fun of us for not having money. Oh, you motherfucker. I hate that guy. All right, what's it going to be for the great Wade? Oh, hey, goes along with our book. I'm speaking now. Here we are. Enjoy.
Oh, where there's a whip, where there's a whip, where there's a whip, oh, where there's a whip, where there's a wheel, where's a whip. Oh, we don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land. Oh, there's a whip, where there's a whip.
Sort of ends abruptly, huh? Kyle ran a mile. $5. Thank you. We're $7 away from the goal. Well, get there. Through the trolls, through the truck stories, the Tucker stories. We'll make it. Or $50 away from another whip. Also true. Wade. True. Someone may donate $50 for another whip song. The Forrest Gump scene. Look, I'd be talking a lot of shit on like the black community. Let me defend some black community folks. Well, black folks I know in real life are fucking some of the best dudes I've ever, and ladies I've ever met. Tired as shit with all the fucking bullshit that we see from so many people in that community. I feel bad. They get judged over the horse shit. You know? I had this guy, I remember at Clarion, I told this story before. I knew this black guy who went to the high school in Clarion. So he lived in the area. He went to the school because that was his hometown. Cool as shit. This guy's great. I had all these classes with him my first 2 years. Smart dude, fucking. Never partied with him or anything. But we got put on several projects together on these classes. And then you had a bunch of other students that came from like the inner city that were fucking terrible. It was a travesty. You couldn't even do work in the class because they were so disruptive and shitty. And I remember one day he sat there, he's shaking his head, and he like leans in and says to me, he's like, it's no fucking wonder that there's negative stereotypes. He's like, it's ridiculous. And just like, you're like, imagine like, imagine living in an inner city black community where all this violence and shit's rampant and you're trying to do things the right way. It's fucking terrible. But I'm just so tired. So tired of fucking all the anti-white attacks and all this bullshit. And then if you speak up about it like every other group's allowed to speak up for themselves, all of a sudden that makes you this big asshole. Fuck you. I don't care. The accusations of racism mean nothing to me anymore. I just don't give a shit. Chop Chop, $5 says, Rob, you see the Whipstravaganza flyer on Discord? I did not. Where's this at? Did I miss it? Oh, look at this. All right. I'll see if I can show this. There we go. This is pretty good. The first annual Wade Boggs Whipstravaganza. March 21st, 2026, 8 p.m. to be determined. $20 to spin the wheel, $50 to pick a song. Look at that. Look at Wade cracking the whip. Oh, man. That's brilliant. That's good shit. Amazing. Thank you, Chop Chop. Another 5 says, get you the goal, but saving money for Saturday. I don't blame you. We will do a Thank you guys so much. Hellstorm, $10 says, ride now, ride to run. And the whip's playing. You got it, man. Kirk Sense, $10 for the goal. We did it. Only $20 away from another whip song. I'd be fine not to play it as well. But it's up to you all. At this point, I just click the buttons. I will. I'll try to make that. I'll set up the stream and try to make that the Chop Chop nailed it with that post. The Whipstravaganza. That's great. I see the discussion there. I see Wade's explaining why you don't want to pay $1,000 to remove a Whip version. The ultimate goal is to get 357 versions of the Whip song. You know. So you can't remove. Once they're there, they're there. I was reading something. Stupid. I think we're going to raid over to Jay Dyer this fine evening. Every once in a while, I like to raid over to someone who's a bigger channel. And then maybe my name gets exposed a little, you see? You see? Oh, plus they're talking about Brian Shapiro. Really?
So, you know.
Will Tim ever take his hat off if I take mine off? I keep asking him.
I cannot speak for Tim Pool.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's see. Where we
I'm wearing
going
the
here?
beanie. I had someone to do it. I was the
How about
chosen
this?
one.
I'll take mine off. You take yours. All right. Here we go.
We're not taking anything else
The
off.
final haircut.
Right?
No, nothing else is coming on. All right. What do we got
Put
here?
two of our heads together, we look like an ass.
Let's see. Dave.
I guess the real question is, did they make it? Did they make it through the debate? Did Brian Shapiro make it through the debate with Jay Dyer without asking to see his penis? I didn't watch it yet. How did it go? Was it accomplished? Did he get through an entire debate without asking someone to remove articles of clothing? It's difficult. It's tough. Very tough. You know? He's working on it. Brian's working on it. I don't know if you guys knew this, but he's a radio host. It's true. Crazy. It's crazy work, you know? Within 5 minutes. Whip it out, Jay. Let's see it. Whip it out. I don't know. Let's hope that's not true. Malicious allegations there. Oh, boy. Well, folks, I believe that's going to be a wrap this evening. $20. Normally now, the way it's set up, it's usually the dono ends on like a nice even number. Because when you're this close, normally someone's like, $20, I'll throw that in. That's okay. I'm fine not hearing the song. It reminds me of I went to a strip club once. My buddy's birthday was on 9/11. Every year he would call to say, it's my birthday's the worst day of the year, 9/11. I went to the club. I fucking hated the strip clubs. I'm sitting there. And I start striking up conversation with some of the dancers. Because they'll come like, I would sit not at the table. Like, I'd sit in the back. I was designated driver with all these fucking drunks. So they come over and try to coax you in. Like, they put their clothes on when they're not dancing. Come over, hey, who are you? So I was like talking to this girl. I was like, let me ask you a question. When you're walking around, right, the dance routine here, you know, and then you're walking towards the back, and you look over, and there's one person on the other side with like $1. Do you ever just say, nah, I don't need that dollar? And she's like, they all add up. I was like, oh, okay. And then she's like, she said something, like some song comes on, and she's like, oh, I don't like dancing to this song. She's like, yeah, this song just doesn't do it for me. I can't strip to this. And I was like, me neither. I also have that problem. You know, I'm supposed to beg people for money. Rob, my second floor attic. All right. If you really want, I'll bring out the big guns. If that's what it's going to take. I'll bring out the big guns.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the There's a way. Nay, nay, we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark lord's law.
Rob, staying on for $15. Show your penis. Rob, I'd stay here trying to get $400, begging for money, just begging for money. Because I don't have a radio show like other people. I don't have a radio show. It's a little thing called respect. A little thing called respect. I don't have a radio show, so it's a little thing called respect. Jack Posobiec, Michael Knowles, they know me. They talk to me. A little thing called respect. So it is. Show your penis! All right, that's enough of that. I just don't have the heart. I can't do it. It takes a lot out of you to be that much of a masculine man, you know. Takes a lot out. It really does. Let's see. Kirk sent $5. Says, don't forget he also has 7 billion listeners every day. It's truly remarkable. Colorado Mile, $5. Thank you. Oh shit, I forgot to put the hat on at least. So. No, quite to the contrary. Dislike Alex? I'm about as big of an Alex Jones fan as you'll find. I love Alex. Perish the thought that I dislike Alex. Oh, Kirk sets $10 for the whip. Thank you so much. We did it. All right. Everybody happy now? I made an ass of myself. We got the $20. We did it. Oh, I got you. Oh, disco metal, which is really just metal. All right. Enjoy. Oh. Love the double bass drum on this.
But the Lord of the Light says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. Left, right, left, there's a way. Crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and night. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a way, there's a way.
We did it. Gentlemen, we've done it. We did it. Now we're officially $100 away from another Whip song. I don't think it's going to happen. One more. Someone's got to donate. I'm not going to stay here all night. I can't stay here all night. Tonight, I have something on the agenda. Sleep, baby! I need some good... Anybody got a good anime show recommendation for me? That I can find without having to scour some fucking...
Solo Leveling.
What's that on? What platform?
Crunchyroll.
Okay. I consider.
And I just found out if you want to go cheaper and be like a cheapskate and you don't want to pay the $13.99 on Crunchyroll, you can pay $5.99 on High Dive, and they have a whole fucking plethora of stuff I didn't even know about. Yeah, like there was a really cool one. It was called I Parry Everything, and the Unlimited Gotcha. Didn't even know they existed until I found that out.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting a bunch of... I've seen 2 seasons of Vinland Saga. It's pretty good. Slow Climb, no. Dan to Dan. I've heard of, but never watched. I know this was the intent, but I watched... This is like 2-3 years ago. I watched the first 3 or 4 seasons of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and there was only one reason. Can anyone guess the reason I watched it? Highlander anime. Whoa. I only played 1 of 2 from Wade's Last Hundo. I don't believe that's true, is it? I don't believe that's true. Is that true? I'll trust Wade's word on it. No, it's because the theme song, the end credits, it's one of my favorite songs. Roundabout by Yes. Fucking know another song. I'm gonna go back and watch this, and so I'm hoping you guys are right, or I'm gonna be livid. Ronin Warriors I've seen way back in the day. It was good. Jujutsu Kaisen, no, I haven't seen it. Oh, good. The short ass spoken word one. Ha! Fair enough.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're going to march all day. All day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says, we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
Oh, you shitheads. I'll play it, but I'm not talking to you guys anymore.
There's a way. 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 Left, right, left. Where there's a way.
All right. Did we do it? Is it out of everyone's system? Are we good? Is this it? We're done. I can peacefully go to sleep now. I love you guys, but I also hate you sometimes. All right. Okay. It looks like we did it. Everybody, we're good. Well, if someone's got another 100, they're gonna have to load it up before I end here. So, what an amazing night. It was fun. Well, here's the deal. It was a great show. I want to thank Avarice, my editor, Black Elk. Special thanks to co-host of Law and Order, Ryan Mullally. Great dude. Happy to do that show with him. Hope you guys enjoy that. Thank you to all of my great moderators. Thank you so much to everyone who donated. Thank you so much to everyone who chatted, liked the stream, or just watched. Thank you to the lady that threatened to kill me, like Irina Zertusk. That was nice. And the trolls, of course. We must thank the trolls as well. It was a fun show. All joking around and stuff aside, take a moment and just think about the life of Charlie Kirk and the reaction that people had after he was assassinated. Make no mistake, that's the reaction they would have if someone like me was assassinated or someone like you watching. They're so morally superior that they feel that these sort of actions are something that's necessary. So never forget that. We're going to read over to Jay Dyer, who is covering his debate with Brian Shapiro, I think. So that should be fun. Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. I would appreciate it. Don't forget, Saturday, the first annual Wade Boggs Whipstravaganza. Whip wheel will be spun for $20. Specific callouts for $50. It should be a blast. We're going to have fun. So... And then I'll be back tomorrow around 10 p.m. All right, everyone. We'll talk to you all soon. Enjoy the raid of Jay Dyer. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.